my God, because my God wouldn't tell you to do backdoor deals. My God wouldn't tell you to listen to the mayor. My God would not tell you to lie to the residents and do the residents dirty. Liddell Lewis, you lied so bad last week. I mean, seriously, it was off the chain. Sweetheart, you need to start going back and looking at your meetings and your dumpster fires and everything else. And when you sit there and say you didn't say something, but you did, and it's on recording, you're nothing but a liar. And you need to be out of here. Maryland don't even want you back. I mean, I don't know what city you're going to go to next or the state you're going to go to next, but if I hear you running, I don't know what, but I'll know how you behaved in Clinton Council. And thank you.
Thank you. One moment, ma'am. One moment, ma'am. One moment. Ready? Okay. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Fish, and I'm here on behalf of my daughter and her family. A home is a place that should be peaceful, a place of comfort, a home to be your refuge. My daughter and her family reside in Fort Hays. Mr. Pfeiffer has attempted to contact you on several occasions regarding an incident that has taken place at her residence between she and her neighbor. You have never returned my calls. I emailed you a copy of incidents. I asked you to respond, and you did not. These incidents include the neighbors shooting the house and shattering windows with a BB gun.
Whoa.
The neighbors shooting my daughter's husband in the back with a BB gun. The neighbors shooting a car that was sitting in her drive with a BB gun, and I have it here. Calling her African-American friends and her family the N-word. The neighbor stabbed my daughter. The officers called it a trap. Tended to her slice and she is unable to use her middle finger on her right hand. She has a video of this incident and she has a video of him saying that he wished he had cut deeper and killed her.
Whoa.
She has a video where he called the police and said that she was threatening him with a gun. She was outside, cameras running. He left after he made the call. She asked the officers to review the camera and the time that the call came in. She never left her porch. They did not. They did not file a false report either. And after she come to the house with guns drawn, they may have hurt or killed her. There are so many other incidents that I don't have time for in my 2 minutes. She's had a miscarriage and then a premature baby, I'm sure from some of the stress from the situation. I ask you, what if your daughter wanted to go out on a sunny day, sit on her front porch or back patio, drink coffee, and she couldn't because she's afraid that the neighbor will shoot her or her face with a BB gun, or call her name? What would you do? This type of behavior is harassment and destruction of property, which would not be allowed to take place if it were happening to any of you or your homes. If it were happening to the mayor or his home, a police officer or his home. If the tables were turned, I have to believe that if my daughter were white, blonde hair, blue eyes, and Ronald, the neighbor, was black, this destruction and harassment would not have continued for 4 years, and I would have gotten a call back by now. These are hate crimes and malicious destruction of property. These crimes cause mental anguish and terror. I am here to ask for someone to do their job and assist my daughter in getting relief from the racism, the hate, the stupidity, and the help
Thank
that
you,
is
ma'am.
next to her. I am also asking for someone to finally do their job.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council?
Good evening, Council. This evening, I feel it is necessary to share a Black History reflection with you. Most of us are familiar with the names of Mr. Jordan Truth, Dr. Carter G. Woodson, Mrs. Rosa Parks, fake social media accounts to govern how we live. In so doing, you dishonor our ancestors. I'll say it again. You dishonor our ancestors. Look away, but I'm I'm talking to you. Remember, Dr. King said, we will walk hand in hand someday. Did his 1963 dream die? How will we allow greed, self-righteousness, and ignorance to prevail over sound, reasonable decision-making? Did you forget about the ancestors? Did you forget about the God you claim you serve? On tonight's agenda, filling the vacancy at Hurley Hospital. Liddell, I know you're too busy writing to listen, but is this your pastor? Does he know how you behave? We are ashamed of you, personally and professionally. We are ashamed of you, personally and professionally. Amen. This lengthy prelude leads me to my Black History moment. City Council, there is an Ethics and Accountability Board, but there's also a fearless warrior who, like Ms. Sojourner Truth, is not afraid to cry loud. She spent her wedding anniversary collecting signatures, praise God. This speaks volumes to me. Her committed husband walked the streets with her and countless other people seeking the removal of those who were not representing the community honorably. Her walk is very reminiscent of the ancestors, and we are standing on their shoulders. I am sorry I was not able to walk with you, but you have my support and highest respect. While you were out, I was praying that the Lord would continue to dispatch angels to keep you safe from danger, corroded pipes, loose dogs, falling tarps, broken porches, and all the things ARPA funds were assigned to repair. God is faithful. Would you please accept this small thank you, Mrs. Beverly Bigsley? You are my Black History hero.
Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council? Is there any,
Honorable Council, praise God, whom all is possible, through the power.
excuse me, sir, Larry, could you speak a little bit more to the mic?
Yes, praise God, with whom all is possible, and without whom nothing is possible. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. With all due respect, that ain't y'all. Amen. And we are dealing with some wickedness in high places. So it's not my brother and sister I'm fighting with. It's a whole satanic force. So you have to have your faith, as it says further down in the scripture, put on the whole armor of God, and having done all. I'm Shakala Muhammad, Minister of Propaganda for the Committee to elect Mr. Hutchinson for President of the United States. Honorable Council, Mayor's Office, City Attorney's Office, Clerk's Office, Public Safety, local media, residents of the city, of the beautiful and great city of Flint, Michigan, citizens of the United States and the world. I rise and I extend to myself as much time as I may consume to extend and revise my remarks. I'd like to talk about these 3 dates in February, Black History Month as a whole, Valentine's Day, and President's Day. Out of all the people that I can speak of in Black History Month, Malcolm X, his teacher telling him, when he asked to be a lawyer, he told him that being an attorney is no realistic goal for him here. And, that is indicative of the systematic racism that we have to deal with in America. And we will deal with it, and we are dealing with it. Hannibal, who took elephants up a mountain, up across and around a mountain to defeat the Roman army. I want to talk about tonight Dennis Edwards. Dennis Edwards was one of the Temptations from Motown. And there was a little situation that happened with the Temptations. One of the members of the Temptations started feeling themselves, thinking he was bigger than the group. And what happened was, Mr. Barry Gordy got together with Oldison Brothers, and they had what they call a quorum. That's what you call it here, a quorum. They had a quorum, and out of that quorum, 3 things came about. They said, this means messing up my money. And the next thing was, if he mess up tonight, he's out. Barry
Thank
Gordy
you,
said,
sir.
may I have more time, please?
Unfortunately, sir, we cannot grant more time, but there is a council meeting that's happening directly after this, and the public will have an opportunity to speak, so you can finish your comments there.
Well, what happened was, Dennis.
So thank you, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Thank you.
Y'all ain't done nothing.
Is there anyone else who would like to address the public? Please speak to the council. You may start.
My name is Beverly Biggs. I want to say to you, Candace, I don't want your prayers. Because if you didn't pray for your daddy with 190 pounds, I know you cannot pray for
Ms.
me.
Bigsley,
No,
what we will not do tonight is personal attacks. So stick to either the agenda or your issues that you have with council. I know that you would like a reaction, but I am calling you to order. So I actually pray for everyone. So please stick to
Your
the
prayers are
agenda.
in vain. With me, your prayers are in vain. Okay? Don't pray for me. Pray for the dead, which is the dead. And Liddell, you went around telling the pastor you would give him $50,000 if he removed me out of that Kennedy Center. That was fine and well. That was fine and well. But I have 100 sheets of paper where I paid this man over $19,000. And a lot of it wasn't for rent. It was for him to go to the casino where he's borrowing money from me. But you try to take up for him because you promised him. That's why you say you guys won't vote for him because of the mere fact he's in the first ward. You're trying to help the first ward. When Eric was in that seat, you didn't think about the first ward. And that's why I brought this poster board to let Eric know we all care for him. Whether you care for him or not, whether you all five care for him or not, we care for Eric. And I wanted to put it in front of his seat, but I know y'all won't agree to that. And I brought him a dozen.
I'm sorry, Miss Levy, please. Ariel, would you please take that poster back to your seat with you?
See?
Take the poster back to your
See the
seat with
snakes?
you. Take the poster back to your seat. Yes, ma'am, what's your point?
I don't think you should be interrupting the speaker. Okay? You can say what you need to say to Ariel after her speech.
That is an improper point. Please
No, it's
continue,
not.
Ms. Biggs. That is an improper point. Continue, Ms. Biggs.
And snakes are busy, and you are that red lipstick you wear.
Ms. Biggs, this is going toward personal, so either you get back off of the personal attacks or you have a
put
seat.
it on all the
There are only two
five
options.
foolish. All the five foolish.
The speaker has a First Amendment right here.
No, sir.
Now we talking about her. Now we talking about her. But she should have been praying for them victims that her daddy got hold to
All
on
right,
one
Ms.
night.
Biggs, you may now have a seat. Thank you.
I am, thank you. Ruby Red, thank you.
Absolutely, as long as you know the color. Is there anyone else that would like to address the council?
Do you want to talk about personal attacks?
A personal attack?
He said as long as you know the color, then it's not today. Go ahead, Mr. Ritchie.
Yeah, Arthur Wilson, let me tell you something. You cannot stop her from what she got to say. Period, point blank. You know what? You need to get out your feelings, man. I thought you was a better person than what you are.
Mr. Woodson,
What?
this is borderlining a personal
Yeah, I
attack.
ain't even worried about what
I
what
don't need you to be worried. I
got
need you to stay
worries. I got
focused.
worries. Just like
Absolutely. forth, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Woodson.
Point of order,
Now is your point.
and I think you made me flustered.
Not flustered at all, improper point. Get to the proper point or you are finished. Get to the proper point or you are finished.
How to get to my point of order.
Get to the proper point or you are finished. Get to your proper point. Not going back and forth with you
I
either.
can't even talk, you're gonna close your mouth.
Okay, you cannot speak to me like that. Finish, Mr. Woodson.
Point of order.
What is your
Point
point?
of orders, you cannot go back and forth with the audience.
And I told you that is improper because I am not going back and forth.
I'm not done.
That's fine, but you
I'm
don't
not
have to
done.
say it at that
You
time.
can-
Bring your
you
volume
can-
down. I can, bring your
You
volume
can't.
down.
You don't get to control my voice level.
Continue, Mr. Woodson.
Understand what
Continue,
you're
Mr.
saying.
Woodson. Continue, Mr. Woodson.
Ridiculous.
Continue,
Again,
Mr.
you
Woodson.
are the worst
Terrible.
council person I've ever seen in my life. And you don't know how to take, you mix personal and political, differences. You are sad. I spoke to every council person. Me and Councilwoman Lewis, we know we don't like each other, but she still had the professionalism to speak back. You spoke back, you said, how you doing?
Oh, yeah.
But I still don't like you, but at the same time, you spoke back.
Yeah, man.
That's the thing here. We got court tomorrow at 2 o'clock down in Ann Arbor. Viola tried to get the residents to speak out against a lead attorney for joint water cases. And we sit up here, our council don't know nothing, man. Y'all sit up here and just vote along, just to go along. And Candace, I swear to God, man, I can't even think of what I want to talk about. Oh, do not vote for Christopher Martin. That is a church. It's not his resident. Plus, find out how many residents, Flint residents and non-residents we have. I'm trying to think of something that I can say personally about you, Candace, so you can try to put me out so I can sue again. Because just like the metal detectives, y'all like to violate people's rights. And you, Candace, I'm gonna make sure that I get out to help Miss Marie, Jan Marie, to get you out of office. Because you are a sad case. You sit back and you try to tell somebody not to do something, and then you throw in your little smart remarks at the end of what it is that you're violating them for. And I swear, Brad, I'm just gonna sit down because you are a sad case. Oh, real quick, can you tell us what did you change in this ordinance? No, I didn't talk. I don't feel like I'm talking to y'all. Candace, you said.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address the council?
Good afternoon, council. My name is Jan Marie Arbor, resident of the 7th Ward and candidate for 7th Ward council seat. I'm here specifically to refer to some of the resolutions that will come before you during special affairs. To avoid sounding repetitive, I will omit 2400 and refer to each resolution by its suffix. Resolution 21, regarding priority waste acknowledgement of the MLK federal holiday to afford its employees time off. It presently reads a day versus the day. Does Councilman Murphy suggest any day off, or might it be specific to the third Monday of January each year to observe the day with appropriate civic, community, and service projects in honor of Dr. King? I urge amendment to the resolution with specificity to the date and to its purpose. Regarding resolution ending in number 42, regarding recognition of February as Black History Month in the city of Flint. Black History Month occurs annually, as we know, between February 1st and March 1st. I recommend the time period be added to the amendment, along with a revision to include language such as honoring the triumphs and struggles of African Americans in Flint's history and United States history. Resolutions 43, 44, 45, 49, and 51 regarding appointments to boards and commissions. None of those resolutions include the name of the individual who is being replaced by the newly recommended individual. It's my understanding that this has been a practice in the past. I request that all of these resolutions be returned to administration for amendment to include the name of the individual currently holding the seat to ensure an accurate historical record be made.
Amen.
And finally, resolution number 43, regarding appointment of Christopher Martin to Hurley Board of Managers. As I understand it, Hurley's 15-member board is composed of 9 Flint residents, 3 Genesee County residents, and 3 medical professionals. Mr. Martin is a member of clergy and not a medical professional.
Thank you.
It is
Thank you.
therefore desirable
Thank you,
to
ma'am.
know whom
Thank
among
you.
the 2
Your time is
individuals
up, Ms.
Mr. Martin
Jean-Marie.
will replace.
Ms. Jean-Marie,
And that
your time
individual
is
should
up.
be included in
Your
the
time
body
is
of the
up. You no
resolution.
longer have the floor.
It is my
Excuse me,
understanding
City
that
Clerk.
one's residency is
Officers,
limited to
officers,
the officers as opposed to one's business address. I ask that council perform its due diligence here to ensure both compliance and veracity. Thank
Your
you.
time is up.
No.
Yeah, but they might shoot
Hey,
them.
Julio, I was there, wasn't it? The board,
Hey, I am.
See, you ready to kill them right now? That ain't nothing.
Hey, watch out.
You don't care, we gon' witness it.
I am.
No, that ain't nothing crazy, bro. That ain't nothing crazy. You are calling. I'll tell you.
I'll stand in the gap. My name is Winters Hall, and I'm here to speak on behalf of John Carpenter, who's in Florida. And I am speaking for him regarding resolution number 240053, Management and Maintenance Agreement for Flint City Golf LLC, Operation Swartz Creek and Kearsley Golf Courses. He said, I'm asking that this statement be read because he's in Florida, and after a fair and square bid initiated not by the mayor, but by a 9-0 vote of the city council, my company's bid to take over management of the city's last 2 remaining public courses prevailed by a huge margin. My bid included proposed programs for kids and ideas to improve the courses to preserve them for future generations. I also pledged to help bring buildings at both courses up to code and was a former aide to former Mayor Don Williamson in charge of inspections. Let me assure you that my inspections of the current conditions warrant that both courses be condemned immediately after 10 years of absolute neglect by the current operator. He told the council he was losing money while paying $15,000 per year, yet upped his bid to $42,500 per year, according to the agenda before you. It says I was disqualified, yet I'm the most qualified bidder by a mile after transforming Don Williamson's Sugar Bush facility from near bankruptcy to a multi-million facility. I want to do the same for Flint's valuable but neglected assets. Our residents deserve better. If you vote to approve this, you don't belong in office because you do not have the best interests of the residents at heart. My 19 partners include some of this community's most prominent leaders who were convinced to join my efforts to help children have opportunities to play golf closer to home and unlock keys necessary to become competitive in the business world to prepare for future deals
made on the golf courses of America. Sincerely, John Carpenter. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council?
Yes, my name is Audrey Young, and I would like to just address the issue. I am very disappointed in the behavior, I have to say that. But I'm very disappointed in some of the behavior of some of your city officials. Thursday night, while at a party, candidates party, one of the city officials, I believe he's the chief of staff, came and threatened myself and another city resident. During this course of time, he told us he's no longer a city councilman, that he used to whoop behind, he didn't say that nice in the past, and that he would whoop us. What? He said this in a bar. That is definitely not becoming. There's some other things that happened, I won't discuss it at this time, but that behavior is definitely not becoming of a city employee. It happened after you left, Mr. Pfeiffer. You had just left when this incident did occur. Now, if we got city employees coming, and I know that happened before with another city employee going after a city councilman, and that same kind of stuff happened, what are we to say as citizens? We are, as you can see, my shirt says, Flint is still broken. This is from 5 years ago, when we was at 5 years, and now we're at 10 years, and Flint still ain't fixed. I still get rashes from the water if I don't change my water filter in time. I posted the filter that came out of my whole house filtration system that showed the crud, the dirt, the copper, the pharmaceuticals that's still in the water going into our houses that's infesting us and causing us to have plenty of things. I'd like to thank the cancer cluster study that's coming in here, but like I said before, I'm concerned with the other health things. We gotta eat healthy just to make sure we ain't getting the cancer from the water and the other things that's going on in our water. It still have lead in it. It is not lead free. Anybody outside of the city, including my family, said, well, they call them family, they call some of my friends, they think we already got a settlement. They ask, can they borrow $10, $15, $20, a couple $100? They think we got some money. We ain't seen no money from no settlement. We still suffering. Our roofs still ain't fixed. Our pipes in our homes still ain't fixed. Mine is constantly, I having to replace some pipes in my home because it corroded from the water. So if we at this time think that we're fixed and we've had all these millions of dollars coming into town for ARPA, I am very disappointed that the citizens have not gotten a chance to see or reap the benefits from that. Because the citizens should have reached. Now, I'm okay with all of the 501c3s and the outreach programs that's going on. But if those programs ain't getting those dollars to none of the residents, what good was it? It's not any good for any of us if it didn't at least go there.
Thank you. Is everyone? Yes.
If we can have the clerk call the time.
I'm not calling the time. Her alarm is going off, and once her alarm goes off, I simply say thank you. You may proceed, ma'am.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. If you can have the Madam Clerk, because they cannot see the speakers, they cannot see on the other side because the screens are down. If the clerk can call the time and then you repeat it, please. That way people are feeling you're not showing you the commercial this evening.
That is actually absolutely incorrect. Your pandering is not happening tonight. The alarm is going off for everyone to hear. I'm not calling time.
But you can't hardly hear it.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, at the request of Ms. Audrian, can you please make sure that you say time so that I can repeat it? Thank you. You may continue.
Oh, I just got up here to say, I don't like the way y'all weaponize the police. That was scary for me. My heart is beating. Just that simple lack because you don't want her to finish what she said. Almost just got a man killed. What? That ain't cool. I know y'all feel on the police side when you ain't getting on to be arrested. My brother got beaten out of Definitely County Jail because they thought he said something. The way you did that was so wrong as a black man. You just weaponize the police to kill a black man. He don't even have the mind capacity half of the time to understand what's going on. No,
see you.
Whenever I come here to read off how they're gonna arrest people if they cause us think, but I got the charter sitting here, and I guess you pick and choose what you want out of it. It says, public servant shall not accept gifts, gratitudes, honor, or other things of value from any person or company doing business or seeking to do business with the city of Flint. It also says you can't vote for yourself in this charter for yourself to get money, but I've seen that go on here. So you pick and choose, and you're against the people here. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council?
Good evening, council. My name is Joe Glenn, from Flint City Hall, the superintendent. It's very unfortunate that John couldn't be here tonight. I understand his bid was turned down because he didn't follow the rules. I'm pretty sure it wasn't $1 million. I think it was $75,000 was his bid. But regardless, we're here again after 18 months. You know, I think that the big deal last time was money. So Frank went ahead, he bumped his bid, $11,000 or something. So we're here tonight. We just don't want these golf courses going back to fields. I mean, you get somewhere, somehow, you guys gotta make a decision. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council?
Claire McClinton. 2 issues. One, the ARPA money that was transferred into the general funds, guess what? That's still our money. We ain't forgot that. You got budget hearings coming up. You can still propose $16 million additional dollars for home repair and rehabilitation. The council lady in the 4th Ward talking about only 4 or 5 homes being rehabbed. She should be leading the charge for more money, more millions for rehab and rehabilitation. Number 2, the council, somebody please ask for a special order for the 190 homes that were foreclosed upon. We're hearing it on the street that the city of Flint was never notified about the auction, giving you an opportunity to have right of first refusal. And I just cannot understand in this gritty, tough, justice-minded town why the council will continue to bypass your authority. We said at the first hearings that you had about opera that we the people is the partners. We are the partners. Not the foundations, the big box nonprofit. We are the partners. There's no reason you can't add $15 or $16 million for home repair and send out RFPs. You run this damn city. Why are you handing your power over to others? This is so anti-Flint. And just one more thing before I get cut off. The way you all talk to the residents is just a crime. And a shame before God. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves talking to the people like that. And we never had some of these incidents we're experiencing with this council when we had the emergency manager. When the emergency manager came in, all of y'all's voice was silent. All of y'all didn't have a vote. And now you're going to single out first ward council person and shut down his vote. How undemocratic can you be? So this council needs to rethink and re-establish some kind of moral fiber and some courage. Whatever people come up here and say, face the music, you're elected officials.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council?
My name is A.C. Dumas, and I live in the city. First of all, I want to say all this money, our money, taxpayers' money, that you spent to revamp this chamber, and the screens don't work. That's our money. We shouldn't have to depend on anybody. We should be able to depend on these screens that says no signals. Secondly, I want to say that the speakers were right about opera funds. The opera funds belong to the people, not the foundations, not the 501c3. Belongs to the people, and it was sent here on behalf of the people. That's what it was. And with the appointments, I think you must follow the charter. Well, I'm not going to say follow the charter. You should follow the charter, but 9 out of 10 times you don't follow the charter. And this is a lawless, not all of you, but most of you are lawless. And you do whatever you want to do. With respect to the 190 houses, Ms. McClinton, I FOIA'd the county. They gave me all the information, including who they sent what cities and township they sent the notice to. And you ought to ask your city clerk. You don't have to take our words. Did the city of Flint, did her, it says she had to notify the clerk. Did she get notified with respect to those 190 houses? I know she did. And I made her copies to disseminate to those council persons. So the county did what was wrong and illegal by not notifying the city clerk. Those questions you can ask the clerk. And finally, I want to say is that this is Black History Month, Black Heritage Month. And it's very important that remember that we stand tall, and I say we African Americans and blacks, on the shoulders of others. And a lot of you sitting in those seats, which are of color black, you was sitting in those seats. It wasn't because of people that bled, suffered, and died. That you can sit in those seats. That you can sit in those seats. So, saying that, I hope that you all will do the right thing and don't, with the consent agenda come separated. Thank you.
Thank you. It's now time for council response. Is there any council members that wish to address the audience?
Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes the councilperson in the 6th Ward.
So I want to say thank you to all the speakers for expressing your opinions. And yes, there's always hostility in these council chambers. And it often depends on who is chairing the meetings. Now, I didn't get to finish what Rule 27.2 is, so I'm going to express that. Rule 27.2, during any portion of any meeting, council members may not engage in any type of argumentative discourse with members of the audience at any time for any reason. Our chair needs to understand that. I hate to see, as I went back and spoke to the officers, and the police are recognized. It has become some of these council members' favorite word. They serve, they are public servants, and they are also to respect and they are to maintain order. But it's not to be used, the police to be used on the residents when the disrespect is so blatant. It's so blatant, and it's unfortunate. Often these meetings go by the vibe that you get from who's chairing. So when they turn into dumpster fires, it's often because of who's chairing the meeting. Ms. Claire Clinton, you've been asking for more money. They found another $1 million to give to one of the organizations, but we were told there was no more money to be given. So maybe we need to leverage our votes and get more money for the residents.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address, who wishes to speak at this time during council response?
Yes,
The
Madam
chair recognizes the councilperson in the fifth ward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank all of the public speakers for bringing forth your comments, your input. Thank you for being engaged in the process. I just want to touch on a couple of things here. I first want to thank the young man for coming up and recognizing Ms. Biggs, because she has done a great job in carrying out the initiative for the recalls that are before us. And also I want to say to Ms. Beverly Hazard, you are absolutely right. There's a double standard, and they pick and they choose what they want to follow in that charter as well as in our rules. And then Ms. McClendon, it's appalling. It is appalling that I have colleagues that speak to the residents any old kind of way, very disrespectful. And they forget that the residents put them in these seats. And they tend to, not tend to, but continuously weaponize the police against the residents. And it's terrible. And it needs to stop. Give the residents some leverage when they're up speaking. Let them finish their thoughts. It's not going to hurt anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Yeah, thank you.
The chair recognizes the councilperson in the third ward.
Thank you so much. I want to thank all the speakers too for speaking. Let me touch bases with Claire McClendon. I know you talked about ARPA funds going into the general funds, but the ARPA funds going into the general funds is still restricted to ARPA funds. So we do agree that ARPA funds is still ARPA funds, the people's money. And even though it's in the general funds, it ain't just in the general funds. Because when you keep coming up here and you putting it out there to the public, you making people believe that we put ARPA funds in the general funds just to do whatever it is. And that's not the case. It's still restricted. So when you come up here and talk about general funds, I'm always come back and correct you and let you know, even though it's in general funds, it's restricted to ARPA funds, and it's still for ARPA activities, and it ain't just for general funds. And then let me talk about the Flint water crisis, because y'all talk about this, y'all talk about the pipes. Over $600 million came into the city of Flint, and out of the $600 million, even that was prior to the previous administration. As the $600 million, y'all still hollering about we ain't been made whole. We should have been made whole way before when that money came in now. Not because $94 million came in. It should have been made whole when the $600 million, we should have been hollering the same thing way back when the $600 million. So I agree with you on that about this money needed. We ain't made whole, but it ain't come for the $94 million, because you got COVID money and you got the water crisis money that happened. And then with the Black History Month, AC Doings for NAACP, because you the vice president, as long as y'all been in that position for the NAACP, look at the results of our community. And the NAACP was part of this consent agreement with this water crisis money. Y'all put us in the predicament that we're in. So when you talk about Black history, you go back to that NAACP meeting. And you ask them, why did they go down there and negotiate this bull crap? Hey.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address, is there anyone who wishes to speak during council time? Is there anyone else?
Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes the councilperson from the second ward.
Thank you. So just want to touch on a few things. First, I heard our colleagues state that according to Rule 27.2, we definitely cannot engage in any argumentative behavior with anyone in the audience. That is 100% correct. But I want to also make sure that we go back to these other rules. So according to Rule 29.8, it also states that any person who's called to order, therefore should yield the floor to the president have determined whether or not he or she is in order. So therefore, there's no argument if the person at the lectern would cease to speak. That's where the disconnect happens. So when the person continues to become disorderly from the lectern, and they will not be brought to order by the chair, that's when it may appear that someone's going back and forth, when that's not the case. The chair is calling them to order. And then next, when we continue to talk about time, according to Rule 29.3, it states that members of the public should have no more than 3 minutes. So that means not 3 minutes and 1 second, 3 minutes or 2. It means no more than 3 minutes. So at the conclusion of your 3 minutes, your time to speak is over. So according to these council rules, you are to leave the lectern. You're not to yell out, you're not to overtalk the chair. So, and I hope that our elected officials and our wannabe elected officials will keep those rules in mind as they approach the election. And then also, want to comment to Ms. Fisher. Thank you so much for coming. I saw a copy of your issue in my box. So I did see my colleague in the 6th Ward come over to address you, but I hope that our colleague in the 8th Ward will discontinue ignoring you and will handle your issue. So, and also, I would like to come to order.
What's your point?
Robert's Rules 40.21 do not speak to the motives. This is a serious issue that she's having, Ms. Fisher. Let's not do this, Adele, please help.
Continue, Ms. Lewis.
Right, and I want to make sure that I reclaim my time because according to according to the point of order, I don't know why I was interrupted. These are words that came directly from Mrs. Fisher's mouth. She spoke that she called and she emailed and she didn't get a response. That's not me, that's her. So also I would like to address Ms. Beverly Biggs. I have said nothing. I have no connection with Pastor Reed in terms of prompting anything. However, if you willfully knew that this gentleman was spending $19,000
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Dr. Lewis, your time is up. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during council response? All right, the chair recognizes the councilperson in the 8th Ward.
Thank everyone for showing up and using our democratic process and speaking your mind. However, I would like to state that what happened in the weaponization of the police, an additional 10 seconds just about ruined somebody's life. And while we're going to talk about Black History Month and everything else, you could have ended a Black man's life for 10 seconds. It's amazing that in the apple don't fall far from the tree because you are Dr. Lewis's protege. So I will state that dumpster fire meetings usually happen at my company in the 6th Ward Stadium because of the chairs. So 10 seconds could have ended a man's life. 2024. And I would like to state that while I just did review my phone, there was a missed call from an out area. I'm assuming that it was the gentleman that reached out to me. I don't have any voicemail, I don't have any pictures, I don't have anything. So to state that it was a racially motivated thing, that's the reason that I didn't return a call is ridiculous.
Point of order.
What's your point?
I retract it.
Thank you.
I'll reclaim my time for that rude interruption. But I will say that it's in the 9th Ward, it's a house, it's not vehicle. So I just want to put that on this. So we're already starting off with a dumpster fire. I hope that the whole night doesn't go this way. We have serious business on the docket that needs to be taken care of, and I appreciate the councilwoman's receptivity of trying to put me under the bus, but it ain't gonna work.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Council response. Anyone else? Seeing as how there's no one else, I will take my time. You are right. That 10 seconds that someone else took the liberty of taking. We have to make sure that we are being accountable for our own actions. I would not have had to say, officer, if in that 10 seconds, you would have sat down at the end of your time for speaking. What we will not do is pretend that someone who was out of order is going to shuck responsibility for them being out of order. The time is the time. I read the disorderly person subsection at the beginning of this. Also, while we understand our arrest condition, when you pick up a chair with a police officer who's trained to notice offenses or notice dangerous situations, that turns into something else. The police were never, the officer wasn't called for RL. RL had nothing to do with the situation. The officer would not have been called had the person have come to order. At this point, we have to start taking accountability for our actions and our behavior. And so when you are called to order, just simply come to order. And as far as the dumpster fire meetings, all of my meetings are calm. They've been calm. The issue is, see that? You just proved my point of what the issue is. The issue is when we begin heckling and acting childish, or when we will not come to order, or when we use frivolous points. We can sit here and falsely point fingers and do whatever we need to do. The bottom line is she was called to order several times. She had several opportunities before I even said officer to stop. We want to talk about conduct and behavior. Everybody in this room is an adult. Everybody in this room understands the disorderly subsection. When it's read, everybody in this room understands when that timer goes off and it's no longer your time. The time is the time and the time is up. So those 10 seconds, maybe she will think about his life next time. Because she is the one that caused the officers to be called. Maybe she will think about her own safety next time. Maybe she will think about the safety of the council and everyone in the chambers when she decides to take 10 more seconds. And my time is now up. And so, no, we will not have the heckling from the audience. We're not doing that. So, we will now move on to the consent agenda. I will take a motion for the consent agenda.
Madam Chair,
Yes, the chair recognizes the councilperson in the fourth ward.
I make a motion to move the consent agenda to council.
There's been a motion made to move the consent agenda to council. It's been moved and properly supported.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Was there any separation?
Yes, was there any separation, please?
Madam Chair.
Oh, wait 1 second, I'm sorry. She didn't know you weren't finished, you took a long pause, go ahead. You took a long pause, go ahead. Okay, continue.
I would like to separate resolution 240021.
Madam Chair, we have a rather long agenda.
For sure, he's on page 2. And can you,
I'm on page 2. Resolution 2400.
can you speak into your mic a little bit more, please?
Resolution 240021, amendment contract for priority waste and observe for the holiday.
Are you on special affairs? That's the small one.
Thank you.
Go ahead, proceed.
Resolution 24003, the management and maintenance agreement with the Flint City Golf, LLC, operation of the School Street and Closure Golf Course.
Wait, you 5-3?
Oh, did I say, what I say? Oh, all right.
Wait 1 second. Oh, okay, we're with you now, go ahead, I'm sorry.
We good?
We're good, go ahead.
Resolution 240043, the appointment of the Burley Board of Hospital Managers, District of Miami. That's it.
Thank you. Are there any more separations? The chair recognizes the councilperson in the sixth ward.
Thank you. I would like to separate 240-1.3, 240-044, appointment of Tracy Fountain. I would like to separate 240045, the appointment of the remainder of Nadia Rodriguez. I would like to separate 240048. I would like to separate 240049. And 240051 and 240052.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any more separations? All right, seeing how there are no more separations, the consent agenda will consist of Resolution 240042, recognition of February as Black History Month. 240046.
I would like to separate that. Thank you.
All right, so correction, the consent agenda will include Resolution 240046, reappointment to Flint Planning Commission Carol and Blower. 240047, reappointment Flint Planning Commission Mona Monroe Jonas. And 240050, reappointment to Zoning Board of Appeals Jerry and David Kia. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays is absent. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
I'm sorry, what was the number again?
8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240021. Is there a motion on the floor for 240021?
Madam Chair,
The chair recognizes the councilperson in the sixth ward.
motion to send 240021 to council, amendment contract for waste observed holidays.
There is a motion to send 240021 to council. Is there any support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly support. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. This resolution, that I put together came from, listening to the audience come before city council and speak on the observance of Martin Luther King Day for, the garbage company. What some residents, and I know in the third ward, thought that garbage was gonna get picked up the next day and not on the Wednesday, but because we got garbage contract, this garbage ran on the observance of the holiday. What has changed in the city of Flint is we have observed Martin Luther King as a holiday now, so it's been officially a holiday. So because it's been officially a holiday, people didn't have to get the days off. I just thought it was right, and then listen to the residents, even though sometimes we listen to them. When they came and spoke, and I thought about it, I think it'd be a win-win for us, and it'd be a win-win for the garbage company to just observe the Martin Luther King Day as a holiday and give their workers the day off, and they just pick up the next day on the weekend. I'm not sure if that comes with different costs. So I was wondering if we could get together and either have them come in, see if they want to volunteer to say, okay,
starting next year, that we observe that day as a holiday. I know it was not in the contract, it was not, I don't believe it was officially observed in the city of Clinton when we did the contract with the garbage company. I'm not sure or not, but I'm just saying that we should reach out to them instead of olive branch and ask them. We can send a letter, both as a council, to send a letter to Priority Waste, asking them what they consider, and if it come with a cost, just look at that and see if that's something that we willing to take on. But I do think that the garbage company, and I do agree with the residents that that should be that they deserve for the garbage company too, even though they are a private contractor.
So that's what the spirit of this resolution was when I put it together with the help of our clerk, David, thank you so much. And with any input from the council, of y'all looking at this resolution, and y'all think we need to change something in there, keep it in committee, or move it to council, vote on it, and just send a courtesy letter, vote on sending a courtesy letter to the priority contract, and then let them respond to us, and then we go from there. Because the only thing this resolution is doing is allowing us to do all things necessary to actually move forward with either sending a letter to them, working with the law department, purchasing department, to figure out what we can do to work with the garbage company. Not saying that it can't happen, but I don't see nothing wrong with us making an effort to put our ass out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to resolution 240021?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns.
Thank you. Councilman Murphy, when you put this up last time, I know you left out, and I had to use blames for it because I would have supported it, and I did tell you that, but I understand the importance. You were later ridiculed for leaving because people don't understand what Black history and where we got to where we're at, and you don't understand your history. You should not have been ridiculed, not at all. Because Dr. King was fighting for sanitation workers in Memphis when he was killed, when he was gunned down. The person who ridiculed you didn't understand their own legacy. So I want to read to people so they can understand to this day. So Jack Walker is a union man. He drives a garbage truck in Memphis, where his route can take him barely past the shotgun houses along the Mississippi River, down the narrow alleyways near the Lorraine Motel, where Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated, died, lost his life for union workers.
That's right.
He was assassinated. He is aware always of his union protections, that they are tied to Dr. King's death, and that Dr. King's death and that of another man, his father, Robert Walker, Mr. Walker's father, also a sanitation worker, on February 1st, 1968, as he was collecting garbage when sheets of rain started pouring down. He and his colleague Ethel Cole took shelter in the compactor of their truck. When a compressing piston malfunctioned, the two men were crushed. They were crushed. The city had no intention to pay death benefits to Robert Walker's widow. Why? He was a Black man. They were Black. Robert Walker's widow only received $500 for funeral services, funeral expenses. She had 5 children, including the son now that works for the garbage company. So we talk about, you should have left, and you should have been outraged. You should have been ridiculed by your colleague. 2 Black men, and even more, they were poor working conditions. He was here to fight with the union to make sure that they received the same amount of pay to take care of their family, their children, to make sure that things were equal, not separate. If a man does the same day's work work, they should get the same pay, period. Period. And when we don't understand and we start to sympathize with racists, which I will never do for my elected seat, I understand how I got here. And I understand I have a responsibility to make sure that those that come after me, because you know what, my skin is black, I don't check the orange box, doesn't matter to those protect. I'm not pumpkin colored, I'm a black woman, I have black children, and my ancestors are black. They didn't come here on the Royal Caribbean cruise ship, they came on slave ships. Big difference. So yes, we need to put it back on priority, that they do something. We can't just sit back and let these companies say it's okay to not honor a federal holiday. A federal. How can you say you won't win or you can't win when you haven't even tried? You present failure before you even start. This council and city is majority black. That should have been a win-win. Should have been a no-brainer, but it's not. These men deserve the same thing. And when y'all see those signs that they said they walked around, I am a man, then use those to the protest and the garbage strikes against the union. I am a man. No black man should have to tell anybody, I am a man. My family is important. You shouldn't have to beg for things that come to people who don't share the same color as you. You should not. And I will not allow my colleagues who ridiculed you, just absolutely wrong. When you represent a board that's over 90% black, and you ridicule a black man on this council because he wants to do something for Dr. King, who lost his life fighting for black people. When you know your history, you do better. When you don't, we regress and go back. I'm not going back. I support you in this. And that's why, and I was not in my seat, but you should know now who stands with you and who won't. You should know who stands with you and whose voice was silent in the time that you, because that was a quote that says by Dr. King. You know who our friends are, who stand with us.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak at this time? Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
Thank you. I want to say, Councilman Murphy, thank you for bringing this resolution, because you know what? This resolution, to me, initiates cultural capital, okay? We need to start talking about that, and we need to start building our cultural capital. And thank you, because our young people need to understand what happened to Dr. King and why. And I want to point out something else, and thank you, Councilwoman Burns. I want to point out something else. The residents they were not even aware that the garbage was going to be collected on Martin Luther King Day. Several residents put out their garbage. I was one. I had to bring my garbage back in because I was thinking, okay, they're not going to run today on Martin Luther King Day because that's a national holiday. This community, we got to start putting our foot down. We got to. So I'm hoping that we pass this resolution, that we are able to sit down with priority and come to an agreement to make this happen. So I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to Resolution 240021?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman, what's your floor?
Thank you so much. So I'm not sure who was ridiculing Councilman Murphy. I can hear that. However, when it comes down to this contract, I definitely understand the spirit of it. However, we got to look at a few things. The first thing that we must consider is this truly the day off? Or are we kicking the can down the road? Because what we're doing, we're telling these workers, now mind you, This is a separate, independent company. And I'm assuming that they may have a union, I have no clue. But you would think that this would be something that they would take up with their union. However, so now we want to give them Monday off, but now we are infringing on their weekend, and now they have to work on a Saturday. So in the garbage realm, there's no such thing as, hey, we all got Monday off, so everything ceased, and we will start back working, whether it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and we'll be back on Monday. So right now, we're just shifting the day. So since we are no longer doing it on Monday, now they're going to have to catch up and work on Saturday. So my perspective is that fair to make them work on a Saturday in lieu of Martin Luther King Day? And furthermore, what do the workers think? Do the workers have a problem working? Do they prefer working on that Monday compared to having their Saturday taken away? I don't know. I don't work for a priority, nor have I had the discussion with any of the workers. So that's something to think about, because again, a lot of people, they want their weekend to themselves. We heard colleagues not want parliamentary training because of Friday day night. A lot of people, they have things going on the weekend. So we will not be giving them a day off. We'll just be moving their day to the weekend. So that's something to consider as we consider asking priorities to grant them, to amend the contract to grant them this day. Because people will still, the people on Friday pick up, they still want their garbage picked up, so they will have to get it picked up on a Saturday. And then the other piece to this is a lot of federal holidays are not honored. You know, a lot of people still work. Now, I hate to name this, but this is the first one to come to mind, but I believe Columbus Day? That's federal holiday? No? Okay. So, but the point is, days off across the board. Some schools have it off, some schools don't. Federal government has it off. So we gotta, just keep those things in mind. I'm totally for every federal holiday being off, but when we start talking about waste management, we must be really conscious of the fact that this is not a day off. This is just shifting the work day to the weekend. And so if the employees, if they're in favor, I don't want to make decisions on their behalf. If they're in favor of it, I'm totally in favor of it. So I think that it'd be a good idea. If you want to bring this to them and have them ask their employees, I think that'd be a good idea. But I don't want to just make this decision and shift their schedule because when we had a handful of residents coming here, literally a handful of residents. Now, through you, Madam Chair, to Councilman Murphy, outside of the council chamber and the few people in here that spoke up against that, them working on King Holiday. Have anyone else contacted you about this?
Yes, residents did call me about the garbage company. They called it holiday, so they didn't put their garbage out. So yes, I did get calls.
Okay, so did that call as far as we thought it was a holiday or it should be a holiday? Because sometimes things are just, because sometimes, again, something should happen and getting information on what's happening is something different. So if people call and saying, hey, we thought that we had the day off. Okay, you don't. So now you know to put your garbage out next Martin Luther King Day. Or were people coming saying, we demand that they have this off. The whole deal is you don't want to change this major thing when you did not contact some of the major stakeholders, and you just have a small sample of people that feel that this day should be taken off and moved to Saturday. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to, the chair recognizes Councilman Pfeiffer. Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So I support this 100%. I think that sending a letter and opening up the dialogue is what needs to happen. So, because this council just approved them until 23. So let's get this taken care of now and move the precedent that Martin Luther King is a Flint holiday as much as it is a national holiday. So, if you don't mind, Mr. Murphy, I know that this is your amendment. I'm gonna do an amendment to it, and you let me know if it's okay. I would like to amend 240021 to strike the words draft and amend contract to do all things, and I would like to substitute that with do all things necessary to explore the financial impact of honoring Martin Luther King and observing that day as a holiday. And I so move.
Okay, so, there has been a motion on the floor to amend 240021 and we are going to strike, draft and amend contract, and we're gonna sub that with the words, do all things necessary to explore, financial impact. Is there a second to this?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there?
Madam Chair, I'd like to see that reduced to writing, please.
Okay, the councilwoman in the fourth ward has asked to see that in writing. So,
Did you say financial impact?
he did, say explore the financial impact. Madam Clerk?
For Ms. Priest's request, I would ask that you table it to the end of the agenda. I can join that.
Is there a motion to table it until the end of the agenda? Okay, it's been moved and properly supported. We can, so 24002.1 has been tabled until, I'm sorry, roll call, Madam Clerk. Is there any roll call, Madam Clerk? Go ahead. So we are voting on amendment 24002.1, which would strike the language that says draft and amend contract and substitute that language with do all things necessary to explore the financial impact of observing this as a holiday for waste group.
We are going to table it and take it back until the last agenda.
I didn't say table, I said table. I was reading the table.
No, I think you read what the amendment was, this is actually table. Table it so she can put it right.
No, what I'm saying is I was reading what we were taking, like, so that the audience would know. That's what I was doing.
Point of order.
What's your point?
My point of order, you said the wrong number. It's 240021.1.
Thank you. 21.1, thank you.
Madam Chair, it has already been.
Huh? No, we have to go to the amendment first. All right. Thank you everyone for cheering with me. So, we are voting on tabling 240021. So the clerk said I am doing it correct the first way I was doing it. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we are voting on first amending 240021.1. So that's the first vote. But we can't vote on it because they want to table it. So Madam Clerk, how do we proceed?
If it's your pleasure to amend it now and have the discussion now, but if you want to table it, there's no discussion, you can amend it at the end. When you get to that point, when I bring you the amended version.
All right, so then I think what we want to do is table it now and then amend it once we have it in writing.
Or there's no discussion on the table.
No discussion on tabling, no problem. Councilman Murphy?
In all due respect, I think we should vote on the amendment first and then table it. And we'll have the amendment already on board.
So can I help you out with this, Mr. Murphy? In order to satisfy someone that I think would help vote for that, I think we should wait until she gets it in writing. And so then once she has it in writing, I think that it'll satisfy what you're asking for, if that makes sense. So I think we should go ahead and table it until she gets it in writing. Okay. So we are voting to table 240021 until we have that in writing, and we'll put it at the end of our agenda. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter? Yes. Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Machado?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Ms. Worthing? Mr. Hayes is absent. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. That agenda item has been tabled until the end with the rest of the items. We are now on to resolution 240042. Is there a motion on the floor for resolution 240042?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Burns.
I'd like to see the motion forward to send resolution number 240042 to council.
There is a, okay, it's been moved and properly supported in resolution 240042, recognition of February as Black History Month. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Burns.
I do have discussion, and I almost wasn't going to, our agenda is rather long, but I think that we have to sometimes stop and pause to really understand it is not Black History Week. It is Black History Month. It is the shortest month. With Dr. King, we only have one federal Black holiday. One. And Flint can't take it off for the garbage. One holiday that is a national federal holiday. One. Uno. No other ones. And we have people who are defending. I never thought I would see this. These council chambers have got to be changed, and some of the ideology and the misconstrued perceptions of people of color. We're not you all. We're not you all. Microaggressions should not be used. We're not ghetto. Should not be used. Should not be referred to as gal, which I was on Facebook by the council person this past week in the 9th Ward as gal. When you understand where it came from with gal, my grandmother worked in a store in the South, and they would tell her, gal, get over and get me that. Gal, get over and get me that. It's the same thing. Boy, come over here. Boy, what I tell you. You don't demean any adult or any person. You don't do that. But when things become so comfortable, and I say you all the time, which what Councilwoman Priestley stated. She has colored friends or dated a colored man and had Black friends. You can't make this stuff up. You know, I went to school, born in the 60s, went to school in the 70s. We didn't do it then. And then for us to do it, you people, what is that? People were called a cult who were on the north side of town. The Amen Choir. We go to church. Black church is where we go. The Black church. And people here were coined the Amen Choir. You took the church and made it negative. So the one little thing that we asked for here, which Councilman Murphy asked for, was to take the day off, which is reasonable, because Dr. King wants to start fighting for it. The union workers or the garbage workers wore signs that said, I am a man. Why? So when we go back to list, we weren't as Black people even listed as humans. We were listed on with animals, with stock. Our names weren't there. We were property. We were owned by slaves. So people make, remarks about, as Judy said, laughing, housekeeping, and we should honor, as someone stated, we should celebrate. Let me tell you where housekeeping came from. My grandmothers and aunts were. In Flint, on some of the deeds, they have restrictive deeds, to where some of them, you can't even, the house, they still say, you can't sell it to a Black person in the city of Flint. You had to, if you were a maid, you entered through the back door. You couldn't enter through the front door. So you may respect the person, but not the position. Why? Black people weren't afforded the same type of jobs and privileges as our white counterparts. So when you say it very flippantly, housekeeping, you need to make sure you respect the black women who are in a professional manner as they respect you. I'm not gonna let these little remarks just slide by. I'm not gonna do it. Attorney Kim should have never referred to you. Our Bud's person, she needs to take care of some housekeeping. He should have referred to her, there's some items you need to take care of. He has a professional vocabulary. He should have used it. He's an educated man. He's the chief legal attorney. And then you try to make it okay when you previously stated that let's take care of some housekeeping. Some people have got paid $5 a day. The wages were terrible. You had two types of jobs when you were a slave on a plantation. You were the field Negro and the house Negro. And you didn't want to be the one. Because you worked on a plantation, you had a master. So housekeeping, you got to understand the relationship before you decide to be so flippant to use it and take the word to own. I will not allow you to own that word. I will not allow them to make it okay. You will not take that word and make it your own. You will not. You simply will not. Because you don't know the history.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this resolution? Councilwoman
I'd like
Priestley.
to amend this resolution to remove 2024 so that it remains that it doesn't matter what year it is February, it's Black History.
All right, so there is amendment on the floor to change. It's been moved and properly supported. Let me explain what the amendment is. The amendment on the floor is for resolution 240042, which is recognition of February as Black History Month. If you look at the resolution, it does put the year on it as 2024, and Councilwoman Priestley would like to remove 2024 and just have the month of February, period, no year attached. That has been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman.
Thank you. Last year, we submitted a resolution that acknowledged Black History Month for the month of February. So I now understand what we're doing too.
That's it. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this amendment on the resolution? Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
You know what? I don't care if we do it every year. We can have a resolution every year if we need to. Because every month of February, every year, the month of February is Black History Month. In fact, for me, I celebrate Black History all year, 12 months. So it doesn't matter. We can have a resolution every year if we want to. Thank you. And you know, I mean, and I don't know who, Quincy, did you bring, Madam Chair? Quincy, did you bring this resolution? Okay. Yeah, so, yeah, I think we did have one last year, but we can have one every year. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this amended resolution? Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
Thank you. I agree it needs to be acknowledged because we also acknowledge Cinco de Mayo and there's other holidays that we do honor this year. We're all uniquely different. There's nothing wrong with celebrating or having, let's make a resolution. There's nothing wrong with that. But what we have to do is respect each other's culture, values, and morals. This is a resolution that Councilman Murphy said was brought to you by Mayor Neal. I support this resolution. I will be voting yes on this resolution. And we have to be mindful as a council that our votes are independent and to be independent. I would never say to someone, don't vote this way or don't vote that way. I don't do that. I take my time and I explain my votes to everyone, especially to my residents and constituents. But this is only February, is the shortest month. We get one extra day this year because it's leap year. So, only one extra day. So I will be supporting this resolution. The recognition of February is Black History Month as sent up by this administration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would wish to speak to this amendment? Anyone else? Okay. With that said, I will just take a second here. Wholeheartedly agree that even though it is federally recognized, that every city in America should individually recognize it. I'm not sure if you all have already brought this resolution forward or not. I know that I will be supporting it, and with her striking 2024 from this, that means that every year this will be recognized from this year moving forward. And so, again, like I said, I can't speak to the history before I got here, but I know that this covers every February, every year moving forward with this resolution. So, with that said, 1 second, we have to wait for Madam Clerk. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Rutherford?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Ms. Worthing? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no, so we have amended 240042 to 240042.1. Is there a motion on 24?
Madam Chair, make a motion to send to council 240042.1.
Is there any support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion? All right, roll call, Madam Clerk. Ms. Rutherford?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240042.1, recognition of February as Black History Month, February every year as Black History Month, has been moved to council.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Priestley.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to move 240053 to council.
There is a motion to move 240053, Management and Maintenance Agreement of Flint City Golf LLC operation of Swartz Creek and Kersley Golf Courses to council. Is there any support? It's been moved and properly supported. I heard Councilwoman Burns first, so I'll take Councilwoman Burns as the supporter of the motion. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns.
Thank you. I see Mr. Frank Perkins, you got here. Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Would you please join us at the lectern? Thank you.
So it's been a while, I know we go to Florida. So there were the 3 bids, and your bid was it 25,000 at first?
Yes, it was 25,000.
And then it was bumped up to 42.5.
It was, we bumped it as a, try to get this thing done, but we had originally wanted a 5-year deal with a 5-year option. We went round and round with that. That didn't seem like it was going to be a possibility, but we ended up, at least at this point, being offered a 1-year deal.
So I know time is really of the essence.
Correct.
For you to start working on the grounds.
Correct.
And so when do you start working on the grounds?
Well, we start working on the grounds when the weather breaks. It's usually first part of April, but we have a lot of work that we need to do now, like maintaining equipment, blades, sharpening blades. There's a lot of with the golf carts and the maintenance equipment that needs to be done now.
Okay, so with the bid, because there were other bidders, I believe $1 million was one, 42.5 was another, then yours was 25, which has been bumped up to 42.5. But the 42.5, I believe they had told that person that they had to pay $100,000 in taxes and then also $60,000 in capital improvement. Are you paying any of that with this?
No.
Okay, so yours is just straight 42.5, 1 year, and was it 1,500, anything over 1,500 that the city assumes responsibility for?
We were gonna actually split it if it was gonna be over 1,500, and that's the proposal that we've been offered.
Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna speak with Ashley. Thank you. Ashley, I believe you were deputy, give your title.
Deputy Director of Community Services.
Thank you, that's a lot. So the person who did 42.5, which is my concern, they backed out because they had $100,000 in taxes per year and then the $60,000 for capital improvement. Did you offer that same deal to that person?
We did not. So after we completed the bids and we were in negotiation with the most qualified bidder, APM, we did some more research and it was determined that taxes needs to be a part of the agreement. And so we went back to APM. They were not comfortable with that. And it was also determined that the buildings are not in
good condition.
Yeah, good condition. Along with the taxes, we decided to do a 1-year deal, take a step back, assess the buildings, and come up with a plan to enter into a long-term agreement with the next.
So it's clear that they don't want to, and I don't blame them, I would want a 1-year agreement. I mean, they've been maintaining it, so I'm quite sure that they want to have a 5 or a 10-year. That was a sweetheart deal with Frank Burkett.
Okay.
It was $15,000 per year prior for 2 walk from Kersley and Sports Creek. And I think, and Frank, I think you said you were having a tough time with the $15,000. So with the 42.5, how are you gonna maintain that? Because that's almost 3 times the amount that you said you were breaking even. You weren't, yeah, I mean, our time is short. This is when I wish we did have more time. So Frank, how are you managing that? Because it was $15,000, one of them has a bar, and Sports Creek has a bar.
Correct. Well, at this point, yeah, we've had some discussions with my employees. 1-year deal is not gonna cut it with them. I need to give them some assurances. If it's gonna be 1 year, they're like, well, in several months, we're gonna be right back here doing the same thing over and again. So the money issue is one thing, but it's the timing issue, as you pointed out, that's kind of what we're mainly concerned about. Because we have contracts that we deal with our leagues. We have equipment purchases that span more than 1 year. We have, like I said, the employees that are, they're freaking out, to be perfectly honest. We employ about 30 people, and they, at this point, at least want to get something we can, in the next week, where we can figure out if it's not going to work, then they have an option to go and figure
Frank,
something
my
out.
time is up, and I'll get my second.
Thank you. Is there anyone else Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
So at this point, that's our main concern. We have a timing issue. A 1-year deal just isn't going to work. So money issue, we're close, and I think I think we're okay with most of that. But for a 1-year deal, we're going to be right back here in the same position we are, 6 or 8 months from now. The summer's going to go fast, and I'm not going to have a staff that's going to want to stick around if they know that all we're going to be is a year. There's leagues that we're trying to get on board. They're already told us it's just 1 year. We're going to probably move to somewhere else where we don't have to worry about this next year. Why don't we just deal with it now, and then we won't have to deal with that next year. We've got a lot of outings and events that we book now. So it's not just the maintenance of the equipment that we're dealing with. We do all our bookings January, February, and by March we have everything done, and they're ready to bulk just about everybody that I've talked to. We can't give them a straight answer, and I can't expect them to stick around because time's of the essence. I get it, there's only limited amount of golf courses in the area. So for them to get a slot at some place for a league, for an outing, it's getting tight for them. So now it's starting to cost me, it's starting to cost me some money where it's gonna put me in a pinch, but it's starting to do all right.
So you don't support this amendment before us?
No. No. No, I don't. I propose a 3-year deal. That's what we need to have. And in order to do that, then I can get into some of these other contracts and go from there. We haven't had any luck with anything better than a year up to this point. And it just, I thought maybe we could make it work, but it's just not going.
So are you,
I'm proposing a 3-year deal, yes.
if we vote this for the 1 year, you're saying you won't sign on to
I
that?
can't do it. Right.
Actually, that's a little different than what we discussed. You wanna, answer that question?
So, yeah, this is new information to me. When I spoke with Frank at Flint City Golf, we agreed upon these terms. And so that's what I presented to you all for us to get through this year and again assess the conditions of the building and make a plan for a long-term potential also.
Because if we went with a 3-year contract, wouldn't we have to go to the most qualified bidder? I mean, so, I just want to clear this up. So the $100,000 of capital improvements is not part of this contract.
Correct.
So that would come that would come back to the table if it was more than 1 year.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Edwards, you want to provide some clarity?
Oh my God, no problem. Spill the beans.
To the council chair, to Mr. Pfeiffer, just as a statement by Ashley, this is news to us because it's my understanding that this agreement was set. This agreement was about a gap fill. No way the administration would make a recommendation for 3 years without the full terms that were set before. Taxes and all must be included in this process. And so if we're going to have that talk and negotiation, that's what we've been talking about. We asked about financial situations, profitability and financial situations as they relate to these golf courses. We've never received that information. That was all part of the bid process. So unless we get full disclosure and the terms that have been put forth, the full terms, are considered and agreed to, we're not agreeing to that. We're not recommending it.
So with that, what does the administration want us to do at this point? Hearing this new information, do you want this to go back? Do you want it to die? Do you want us to pass it and then you have them officially turn it down? What do you want?
If at this point, the vendor who is listed in there is not in agreement, then at this point we say, just table it and let it die.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Councilman Murphy.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Piper, for clarifying this. This was something that me and you kind of worked on together with this golf course. I was just concerned when I saw the lease agreement and the contract and the minimum amount of rent that you guys were paying. And when I looked at the budget of what y'all were writing in, I just was shocked that y'all was paying less than people pay rent on their houses. I was out passing on flyers today. A real little bitty tiny apartment over there in the Rosewood neighborhood was $750 a month. And when I went in there and looked at it, it was just boom, boom, boom. And for the amount of space that you guys have, and y'all was, I think, paying $500 or something for the golf course that was in my ward. And then when I looked at the collectibles, far as how much I was collecting, and I was looking at the itemized budget as far as what you guys were, putting out. I understand the overhead cost. I also understand not wanting to go with a minimum 6 months or 7 months. When I look at this contract, I think it extended into the end of November or something, December of 2024. Then I looked at the letter, you guys can come up with a mutual agreement. Then I listened to, went this hard, read the letter from, the young man that used to work for, Don Williamson. In all due respect of Don Williamson, let his soul rest in peace, but I wasn't in love with him. So to say Don Williamson name to me was not making me be like, oh my God, I want to give it to Mr. Carpenter. And then I did have a conversation with Carpenter about this golf course, what I didn't want to do with him, and I still say it today. I didn't want to get in that tick for tat, and you talking about this company making me not want to support them. So when you talk to Mr. Carpenter, let him know I didn't appreciate him calling me trying to badmouth somebody, because I'm not on nobody's side. I'm on let's do it the right way side. And whoever did it, just be right and do right and pay a fair cost for the golf course. That's where I'm at with this. So being said that they're not willing to agree, because I did go out and whisper to my colleague to see if he was in agreement with this, because I was gonna put it on hold for a minute, because I had some questions concerning the bidding process and was things done right, because I did hear some chatter about things wasn't done right, so I wanted to make sure that that was done right. Being that you guys don't want to agree to the temporary extension, I think we should, my recommendation would be to let it die or vote it up, vote it down. Since they don't want to agree to this, we should vote it down, and not only should we vote it down, just because, not because we don't support this, had they wanted to go to the extension to December, I would have been down with supporting it until then, so that they can get through this summer and then look at other options, whether we did a 5-year, 10-year, 15-year with you or John Carpenter, because I'm not against him getting it if it's fair and it's reasonable or whoever. But I didn't like Public Act 436, the emergency manager coming in, ousting and contracting out our golf courses. So I really would prefer looking at another option to see if we can bring it back in-house. And we got ARPA funds, we would have done block grant dollars. Would it be cheaper for us to operate it ourselves? I'm not sure, don't know the cost factor, but I think maybe we need to look at what it will cost us if we make them bring that back in-house and generate our own funds and generate our own programs.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to Resolution 24005? You're still. Is there anyone else?
Yes, Madam Chair.
One moment, Ms. McCarter. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to 240053 in the first round? Ms. McCarter, you have the floor.
Yeah.
Ms. McCarter, no, it's Ms. McCarter has the floor.
Thank you. So, where are we? Through you to, Madam Chair. So at this point, what are we doing? I'm just trying to figure out, because first of all, I don't even know how this ended up on the special affairs agenda, for one. The being of you, Madam Chair, Clerk Donahue, how did this end up on this agenda? It wasn't in, committee.
It was sent last Wednesday, past the deadline.
It was sent when?
On committee day last week, so we didn't bring it from the floor.
Past the deadline to make it on the special, to make it on the committees. You know what, I'm just gonna say this. Why are we circumventing, all of the resolutions going to committees first? Committee is where we do the work, okay? We shouldn't even be discussing this right now in depth like this tonight. Now, I understand why we have an agenda for special affairs because we didn't finish committee. But this was not on any of the committee agendas. So we need to get back to doing what's right as far as our deadlines. And perhaps that deadline, every Thursday deadline we have, it shouldn't be. Everything should go to committee so that we can do the work and discuss each resolution. I'm just over it. We just lawless. And it's beginning, it's just dead. I'm over it. Now, what are we doing with this resolution? Are we sending it back to committee? Are we gonna vote it down? Through you, Madam Chair, to...
Can I mention one real important issue?
No, sir. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Murphy, Councilman Murphy, what did you suggest that we do?
Being that they, they don't wanna agree to this agreement, I think we just don't vote it down and figure out how.
Okay. Now, Madam Chair, through you to the gentleman there, what was it?
Well, I just want to point out that the overriding issue here is time. And if we don't maintain these golf courses for the year, let's say you just now, say just, we're not gonna cut them, they're gone, they're gone. It's not like an issue where you can take a few mowers out and cut some grass. If you decide, you have basically the choice whether you want to have a golf course or two golf courses or not. That's where we're at, because if you just put it off another month, you've already made the decision, we're not gonna have golf courses in the city of Flint. And like Brad, I can tell you, that's where we're at, and you're absolutely right, we should have been dealing with this months and months ago, and this is where we're at. So, I'm at a loss, I'm trying to explain how dire things are now, because we get an early spring in March. I mean, it's over. You're gonna have grass growing up. Those buildings are gonna be vacant. God only knows, in terms of some of the criminals getting into these buildings, like we've seen over at Pierce Park, where they vandalized it and burned it down. I mean, I'm a city resident. That's the last thing I want to see.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Winter Carter. Councilwoman
Gracely, Frank, don't sit down, please. Through you, Madam Chair, to Frank. So your recommendation is that we vote this down? Is that what you want? Because you're the only person on this. We're not able to extend it. And if we vote it down, there's no junior golf. The golf courses are gone because of lack of maintenance.
Right.
And I know, you and I talked on Thursday, I believe, and we had a long talk about these. And I mean, because by that time I had seen the resolution.
I was under the impression that it was gonna be 1 year, and we were gonna prorate for 9 months, and then we get an option for another year. So we could, at least make some representations to the public and my employees that we're gonna be around for a couple of years. And, as I've talked, we had a couple of meetings with the employees, with the public, the junior golf. I talked with them at length last week, late last week, and they're not on board with 1 year. And so it puts me in a position, even if I wanted it, I'm not gonna have anybody that's gonna work for me, number one, because they're all gonna look at other options. And everybody else in terms of our golf community, they're gonna go somewhere else. I mean, they've already said it. We've tried to put them off at this point, pacify them a little bit, but it's getting to the point where it just, it's not working. They're gonna go somewhere else. And then from a financial standpoint, I'm not gonna be able to run it. And that there was, let me back up a little bit, an issue with real estate taxes that they wanted to impose that were somewhere around $100,000 a year. I'm like, listen, that's not gonna work for me. It's not gonna work for anybody. I'm just gonna tell them we gotta pay $100 grand. I know in Detroit, nobody, there's management arrangements with people like me, and they get around it somehow with that. I mean, I don't know how they're doing it, but if that was part of the deal, I said it wouldn't work for me, obviously, and it's not gonna work for anybody else. That I can tell you.
Do you know off the top of your head how much your gross revenue was last year?
Yeah, I think it was 650.
So 1/6 of that revenue would have to be made up somehow in order to pay for the property taxes. And so that'd be an increase in green fees and all this other, and then people just aren't gonna be able, we'll go elsewhere.
The whole idea of the municipal environment is to make it right for the kids and the older people and some of the leagues that have played here for years, and to keep the price reasonable. That's the whole, if they want to be a member of the country club, there's those options too. But this is an option for people that want to play a lot, that aren't rich, and they want to come out and use these municipal facilities, which really is what they were designed to be. And at this point, do I want to raise another $10 or $15 a round? I'm not even sure they would go for that, to cover some of that stuff.
Right, so your recommendation is that we vote this?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else? Councilwoman Worthing. I'm so sorry. I already forgot. Okay. Your pink pants, my favorite color. So, what is the city's plan? I may have missed this. Are you wanting us to drop this?
Yes, at this point, yes.
I'm sorry that I had to go to the bathroom. I guess it's funny.
Yeah,
I just wanted clarity.
So the terms outlined in the resolution that we agreed upon with Flint City Golf, they're saying that they did not agree to those terms tonight. We also recommend that this is just voted down.
Do you know where you are going to do moving forward? Because it doesn't sound like a one-year deal is good for any company?
Yeah, so we'll speak with our facilities maintenance team. They've been working with Flint City Golf throughout their lease term. As far as the buildings are concerned, and the grounds will explore options to maintain those.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round? I think I'm on my left, so is there anyone in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns.
Ashley, thank you. So, APM was not offered this. Correct. That's going to be a problem. Because they were told that their bid was $42,500. Yes. To pay $100,000. And then to pay $60,000, and now you have a deal where for 1 year, which I get not wanting to keep coming back here because they've been here a lot. Right. And so we should have had this done a long time ago.
When we spoke with APM, we were still thinking that we would do the 5-year term. And then once the property taxes came into play, the condition of the buildings, and us actually, Parks Department actually wanting to take a step back and assess our buildings, figure out where we are and how the best plan of action to move forward. That's when we approached Flint City Golf for the 1 year.
So how are you guys going to take this all the way back.
Yeah,
I mean, you had people who bid it.
we did.
You had a person who had $1 million bid it. You had a person billed for
$1 million over 10-year term.
over 10-year term. So what was it per year? What?
About 100,000.
So 100,000 a year, which would have been the highest bidder
Yes.
still. They didn't get it.
Yeah, they were actually not qualified. We weren't able to evaluate it. They didn't meet the requirements of a proposal.
Okay, so we have APM, which did. And now we're changing and moving, and not we.
Yeah.
And who are they meeting with? Who are the people that they're meeting with?
So myself and our parks planner.
Okay, Frank, who are you meeting with? Perpetina. Who are you meeting with?
Myself and our parks
I want
planner.
Frank to answer this, Ashley. Thank you. Who are you meeting with and talking with the negotiation? Because clearly it's not clear. Because if we get a resolution and the resolution is for a year, you were thinking it would be a year with maybe an extension. Who are you talking to? Or negotiate for your contract?
Who am I talking to?
Who did you talk to when they said, hey, Frank needs to go from 25 to 42.5? Who did you speak to?
Yeah.
And who else?
Well, we had some meetings.
And who was at those
It
meetings?
was, Attorney Bush, Lee Osborne, Jill, Joe, obviously myself, Gavin, and Ashley. Yeah.
I'd like to be clear that I've been running point on this project, and Frank and I agreed to these terms in this resolution.
Okay, I need Frank to speak. Thank you, Ashley. So Frank, who else was at these meetings? Was that it?
That was it.
And so, when did this decision when did you know this would be, who made you aware that you were going to be here today? Was it Ashley?
It was actually, I heard from my assistant Jill.
So Jill heard from
Yeah.
So we have a problem. Thank you, Frank. So Ashley, what are you going to do? Because he's saying right now,
Yes.
he doesn't want it, and time is of the essence in the day. If we go on the groundhog theory, it's going to be early spring.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it has been rather warm, unseasonably. So you want to drop this, or what?
Yes, so I'd like to drop this. We'll work with our facilities team to assess the buildings, as I stated before, and then determine the plan to maintain the grounds.
Because Frank is sure he doesn't want it, right, for 1 year.
Yes.
Okay. I think that my time.
I don't know, I want to remind the audience to please silence your phones, so we are not confusing the signs. I think you still have more time.
How much time? Okay, Ashley, I hope that this comes back to the committee so we can do the work. They've been here a long time. I do know that the company ABM is concerned because they were not given this offer. They did, and they were awarded the bid, and the terms were changed, and this looks very shady. It does not look good, and you know that they reached out to the legal department. And I'm gonna do full disclosure because the person that used to work in the city of Flint, so he understands how procurement and how everything goes. He understands how those buildings and facilities are. So if we're gonna do a fair bid, it needs to be fair. This is not looking like it's a fair bid when everything about this was changing, including the bid that Frank gave. And then when the bid APM was given, they weren't told that they would have to pay an additional $100,000 and another $60,000. This whole bid was changed for everybody. So I guess we're gonna let my colleagues when I see Councilman Pfeiffer needs more time to talk. So I'm done, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this resolution in the second round? We're in the second round. Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
So, Ashley, in the part of this resolution states that, I should say part of the resolution, the staff review states that mutually agreeable terms could not be established, and this is for basically the Parks and Rec to review for the year to figure out a long-term proposal. Is that a correct statement?
Correct.
And the long-term view would be to find financial dollars to improve the facilities and whatnot?
Yes, so we're capital improvements. And also look at our actual agreement, if we want to enter into a lease agreement, if we want to, like Councilman Murphy is saying, enter into a maintenance operation agreement, that the terms change how we, move forward.
Because I want to put on the record, I spoke with Councilman Murphy, and I was in full support of this 1 year, I'll say amendment or extension, so that it didn't sit dormant, and we could figure it out as we could here what the plan was, since I don't want to say the bid process was botched, or there was, I want to say it was probably, the bid package probably needs to be more thorough.
Yes.
So I get why it's only 1 year stopgap. I was supportive of going back to the previous operator. I just want to be sure that the city doesn't, the administration has a plan going forward if the operator does not want that. Because obviously the information changed, otherwise we wouldn't have this resolution before us. So, given that, I think that hopefully there's some kind of expedient, whether it's the renegotiation or some kind of plan, so that these sources are utilized throughout the year, not just sitting there. So, thank you, Ashley. Mr. Perkins, can I get one more?
I'm sorry. There we go, thank you.
I just want to be clear before we vote. Be clear that we cannot negotiate with contractors. We vote up or down. There's an ordinance that says that we don't negotiate or extend terms or negotiate any terms with contractors. That's not the duty of the council. So we only vote up or down or amending contract related things. So I just want to make sure that before we vote, you're 100% certain that this deal is, you want us to vote no.
The way it's written currently?
Yes.
Yes.
It is. And that's it. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this resolution?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. And thank you guys for being here. And thank y'all for reaching out to Councilman Judy Priestley. I believe y'all, I don't know whether y'all reached out to her or she reached out to y'all, but I do want y'all to be aware that the golf course that y'all are renting space in is in the 3rd ward and not the 4th ward. And when you guys bring resolutions here to this council, Councilman Murphy is going to look at these resolutions and make my determination too as a council person. And all the respect of you guys meeting or to having a discussion with the council person in the 4th ward about a golf course that's in the 3rd ward. So I just want to give you guys some advice that when you want to do some work and negotiate, and I'm not saying you need to come to me directly, but I think it will be respectful to extend an olive branch to pick up a phone and call Councilman Murphy and see what I think about this situation, and maybe I could give you some advice and you could give me some advice.
And you gotta pay the bribe. You gotta get the bribe.
Hold on, sorry, can we pause the time really quickly? I'm gonna ask the audience to please not yell out. Thank you.
Because I didn't hear what they said.
It's fine, it doesn't matter. RL, please.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, can we start the timing in? They don't want to and we don't want to. Just please speak to, no, Councilman Murphy, please speak to what you were speaking to. Thank
I
you.
will, but I got you.
I know, don't argue with the audience. I understand, but you cannot argue with the audience. I understand.
You ain't never started with the audience.
Okay. And I'm trying to circumvent it.
I'm just saying, I
Okay.
heard somebody in the back
Proceed.
say something, and if they need to pull me to the side and say something, I don't have a problem with that. For whoever was in the audience speaking, I can handle me. But what I suggest that you guys do, I don't know where, and I guess we'll be voting this down, but, reach out and let's have a conversation to see, you know, because at the end of the day, y'all getting ready to either vacate the premises, and it's a golf course going to be in the third ward, and I want to make sure that it's being secured and maintained, like my councilman Pfeiffer said. We don't want to have this golf course just go to waste. So Ashley, I'll be reaching out to you to see what's the next step moving forward, because we want to preserve this golf course, and then we need to look at some ARPA funding or look at some additional dollars So whatever we need to do to look at preserving this golf course, to maintain it, I'm willing to have a discussion with you, administration, or whoever else, even if it's with the people that's in there, or some other people who bid on this. We need to figure out what's our next steps moving forward to see who got the capacity to maintain these golf courses.
Thank you. Oh, God. Ms. Priestley, go ahead.
Through you to, Mr. Murphy, I spoke to the golf course as the finance chair. And I actually had, known some people involved on a personal basis, which is why I reached out to them. And, but I kept hands off until the resolution appeared in my email on Wednesday afternoon. And then I called them and said, this is what the agreement is. Is this what you guys agreed to? And that's why we spoke on Thursday. I wanted to let you know and the public know that it wasn't them reaching out to me, it was me reaching out to them as the finance chair. I do think that this is a sad day for full golf. And I am very concerned, and I personally don't think the city is able to maintain that golf course, and we will lose it in a year. Thank you.
What's your request? I can, because you said thank you, I can clarify that. Madam Clerk did state that the resolution was given after the time for it to be able to be put on the council committee. And so I guess they didn't do it as a walk-on, so that's why she was saying. Go ahead. Yeah.
I just got this on Saturday, so.
Because she's the chair of finance, and I think that by the time they sent it, we were already in our meeting, if I understood what the city clerk was saying correctly. And so they didn't have a chance to put it on. Arthur Woodson, you're being called to order. And I can hear you, you're being called to order. Go ahead, go ahead. Okay, I think she's good, because if I'm understanding, Madam Clerk.
When I got the information from the administration, which was very late, I did ask Ms. Priestley how she wanted to handle it, because she had said she wasn't taking any walk-ons. So I did send it to her to say, this is what I just got. And then we did put it on the finance. because we got it at like 4.
All right, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this in the second round? Anyone else? Yeah, there were. You did, you started it off. Nobody else. Okay, so with that said, they've already told us, they're not going to accept the contract anyway, so we might as well not belabor. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns.
We are voting to end resolution 240053, management and maintenance agreement, Flint City Golf LLC operation of Forest Creek and Kearsley Golf Courses. We're voting to send it to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns.
I abstain because the terms of the contract are not clear.
Ms. Michelle.
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer? No. Ms. Worthing? Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Brandon, believe no.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
The vote is 0 yes, 7 no, and 1 abstention.
The vote is 0 yes, 7 no, 1 abstention. That has failed to move to council. Moving on to resolution 240043. Is there a motion on the floor for resolution 240043? Appointment of Hurley Board of Hospital Managers, Dr. Christopher E. Martin.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns.
Motion on the floor to send 240043, appointment of Early Board of Hospital Managers, Christopher E. Martin to council.
Is there a second? It's been moved and properly supported so that there can be discussion. Ms. Burns, would you like the floor?
Thank you. Thank you, because there needs to be discussion. You, Madam Chair, to the city clerk, there are a few things that I am concerned about with this appointment. One, who would it be replacing? And then number 2, does Christopher Martin's voter card reflect the city of Flint?
Okay, per the resolution, Mr. Martin's appointment is to fill the expiration of Harry Scott's appointment in April 2023.
Harry Scott.
And I would have to follow up with you on that information.
Okay. And so, do we know if Pastor Martin, I know he's Councilman Liddell Lewis's pastor, if he votes in the city of Flint? Is he a registered voter?
I would have to tell you that later. I have to look it up.
Okay, and then there are some other concerns. We talk about putting people on boards. Hurley, he has some very interesting views. And some of his views I absolutely do not agree with. I will not appoint anyone who is homophobic. I will not do it. And if it was out on social media, I will not play it. But it was disturbing that a Flint pastor had very clear views as he was making comments about another pastor in the pulpit. And about if you knew he was gay, oh, you shouldn't have appointed him, you should have hired him. And that if he is if there is, you better make sure that you don't have, if he's not if he was gay, he would be having a first gentleman, not a first lady. You know, I have a problem with that one. That's none of our business, people's sexuality. It's not our business. Number 2, that hospital serves everybody. Everybody. It doesn't matter if you're gay, straight, heterosexual, homosexual, LGBTQ, black, white, whatever, Hispanic, Latino, if it should have anything to do with that. But someone with that strong of views, and to say it in the pulpit that was reported, that board has a responsibility to make sure that they are impartial and that they are non-biased. So without having those, the whole homophobia is a number one problem for me. But the other part is I know he has on here Jupon is the voting address, which was actually a voting site. It used to be a precinct. So I don't think he would be the precinct where his church, Old Country School, which would be now the name of his church, it shares the same address, would be where he lives, and it was a precinct. So I would not be supporting this. I would not. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to discuss this resolution in the first round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
Thank you. I too will not be supporting this resolution. To have the address of DuPont Street, and you do not live on DuPont Street, and I'm sure he's not registered to vote from the church. I'm sure of it. This appointment is for a Flint resident. And so, saying that you live in Flint, but it's clear, and I know you live in Grand Blanc, I cannot support this resolution. As well as, I agree with Councilwoman Burns as far as the comment made. I think to sit on a board such as Hurley's board, you gotta be inclusive, you know, and you gotta be non-biased. So I cannot support this appointment, so I'll be voting no.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this resolution in the first round? Anyone else who would like to speak to this resolution in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Lewis, you have the floor.
So I just want to highlight a few things. The first thing is this specific board has 4 slots for individuals that do not live in the city. So these are for county residents. So I want to be clear as far as that goes. As well as the person who Bishop Martin wants to replace. They live out of county, and this person's term expired last year. So I really want to be clear when I hear colleagues say these seats are exclusively for Flint residents. According to this 15-member body, this board has 4 seats reserved for individuals that live outside of the county. And furthermore, you know, it's kind of interesting when I hear colleagues speak about, you know, being homophobic and things of that nature, when we have audience members come up here and attack colleagues with homophobic slurs quite often, no one says anything. So, wait a minute.
Oh, 1 second, I'm sorry. Audience, would you please come to order? Thank you. Thank you, audience. Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
So we must make sure that we stay on our homophobic square if we're that's what we're doing. So when you hear someone calling individuals' name from the lectern, let's make sure that we have that same exact energy and that same exact response when we hear people using those terminologies. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this resolution? Okay, Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk. Madam Clerk, do you know how many folks on this board reside or don't reside in the city of Flint? Can you get that information for us?
get it to you tomorrow.
I will say that while I heard rumblings that this gentleman lives in Grand Blanc, I think the ideal that they put a Flint address on there is this is not a representative of the city, this is a, trying to identify it as Flint resident. That's what this is. So I will not be supporting this. Not only did this gentleman make homophobic slurs and that, and the videos out there, I'll let the audience look that up, but this gentleman also stood and tried to start a race war. I'm conflicted on that, so I certainly will not be supporting this.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this resolution in the first round? Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this resolution in the first round? All right, is there anyone who would like to speak to this resolution in the second round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
Councilman Pfeiffer, you are absolutely correct. And with that too, how dare you stand to represent, in my opinion, it was definitely a lie. You stand there, you have a press conference on a lie before getting your information correct, before doing your research. Yes, he did incite a race war, which was terrible. Terrible. So how are you going to represent the Hurley board? How? Are you going to be fair? Are you going to collect your research before you step out there? That's right. Yes, you're right, Councilman Pfeiffer. That's another reason why I will not be approving this or agreeing to this appointment. I can't. It's been so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this resolution in the second round?
Yes.
Councilman.
Just for the record, I want to put on the record that I appreciate the movement of Jaleel Carter and all of the folks who went to Hurley Hospital Board and fought and protested the injustice that was going on at Hurley Hospital. That meant a lot to me. I was watching, and I really think people like Jaleel Carter, and I know he may not want me to say his name, but I think people like him are disappointed on the Hurley Hospital Board. They fought tirelessly at the Hurley Hospital Board about the different treatment of the patient that was coming into the emergency room, that was being left there, and I remember that speaks volumes. So I'm just not in love with pointing. I'm not going to say Chris Martin just anybody because he do be out here in the community. I just don't support this appointment. Separated this. I want to make sure that I'm the one that didn't vote for this individual. There's just a lot of things historically that has taken place with this pastor that has a bad taste in my mouth as far as some of the comments. I think one of them, you know, is we should just get over it. Yeah. During the water crisis. And that just sticks with me. And then all of this other stuff that you guys are talking about, I wasn't aware of all of that. I haven't thought of Facebook, but that's unfortunate that those comments were being made. And then we can appoint somebody to represent the hospitals that deal with water. So, this one right here, just on this message. I respect Chris Martin and the folks who follow him at his church. May God be with y'all.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ramsey.
Thank you, and I respect my colleagues, some of their opinions, but I'm gonna say this, it is, and I'm gonna play, because the other pastor that he put it out there is a great pastor. And in fact, he's a reverend, so he went to school the right way, he wasn't self-appointed. He didn't make himself one. And so I'm gonna play it.
You can, look, y'all, we're sitting here in church without the baptism in the Holy Ghost. Because if you got the Holy Ghost, you can tell that some of these preachers y'all listening to are gay. And it's fine one from a church around the other day. I said they should never hired him. He gay. They should have voted him out. He been gay. He was gay when they hired him. He was gay when y'all fired him. One of them ripping TVs off the wall, having a little girl, a little tantrum. These folks gay. This ain't no time to be playing like this over the Lord's people. Sitting up under these folks who look, a man pastoring you ought to be married to a woman. There ought to be a first lady somewhere. If not, he might have a first gentleman. We cannot have perversion over the people. Pastor, you mean I'm not me. I'm telling you, I'm trying to show you life. Even if the people in the pews are suffering or struggling with that spirit, pray them through. You ain't got no business up here dealing with it. How you gonna preach to them and you got it? We trying to get people out of what they in. We trying to love them out of what they in. If you in it, you can't love nobody out of it. You gonna tell them to stay in it. And you gonna let that spirit of perversion be all through the church.
So I have a problem with someone who say you got it. They don't just jump off of you. It doesn't occur that way. The spirit of perversion. I got a problem with that. The pastor he was speaking about is a great pastor. You know, we all God's people. If you're a pastor, you should know that. We all are God's people. And just like the people at Hurley are going to be all the people at Hurley. You're supposed to get the same treatment. Same treatment. I will not knowingly appoint someone who thinks you got it. I don't know, do you treat a person, you know, you got it. I don't like that. I don't like, we have to allow space for every member in our community. And Christopher Martin has very clear views. This was his sermon to his congregation. His congregation, I don't know what their views are, but one of his members sits on our council. She should have corrected him. So I have a problem with that. I will not be supporting him in his racist, or he said racist, his homophobic views, because it's serious. It's serious. No one should have to at this point, and the other pastor, he's a young pastor, a great pastor. And he preached that hate from the pulpit. So I will not be supporting this appointment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this resolution in second round? Councilwoman Morgan, you have the floor.
The way you discuss things on this council, it's not normal. It is not normal to try to destroy other council people's character in every single vote that we have. I don't even believe in religion because there's many of you who say you believe in God and you are the most hateful people I've ever met. So let's talk about that. I mean, just the hatred that spews. Someone is very unhappy and God's not helping them. Be happy, let me tell you. Because if he was, you wouldn't say or do the things you do. So if we want to sit here and judge others for believing in God their way, we have got to look at ourselves then. And that is why religion is evil. And that is why Jesus himself said that religion is bad. Because look, here we are all the time trying to use God because he's on our side. And he was on Chris Martin's side, and all of you agreed with him when he called me a racist when he was loving Karen Weaver. Now that he loves Neely, oh, you can't stand him. He's a bad man, but you loved him before. Politics are fickle, and being here for 6 years and seeing how disgusting you use God and religion and all of that for your votes, it's gross. It's gross. Just, you may want to, as you like to say, check yourself. Thank you.
Alrighty, is there anyone else who would like to speak to this resolution in the second round? Is there anyone else? Dr. Lewis, you have the floor. Hold on 1 second. Audience, please. Thank you. Madam Clerk, are you ready to start the time? Dr. Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you. So it is very unfortunate that we pick and choose, what we want to, I guess, say and what we're going to support. When we start talking about, we're not going to stand with people, we're not going to stand with people. If you're going to be solid, be 100% solid, because for one, it's very disheartening to hear that my colleague is accusing this pastor of trying to start a race war when what popped all that off was the lack of apology for referring to your colleague as a monkey. And to this day, we still haven't had a resolution about that. There has been no resolve. So let's be clear, he had nothing to do with what you said and for your choices that you made. You made a decision, a conscious decision, to sit over there and to refer to me as a monkey when you were speaking. You did that.
I'm sorry, please hold, stop the time. 1 second, Ms. Ricardo, I didn't hear you, I just need 1 second. Audience, I need you all to come to order, please. Ms. Ricardo, you have the floor.
Do you realize he did not call you a monkey?
Dr. Lewis, please continue. Madam Clerk, would you please start the time?
See, when people do things and they don't mean to do it, like if I step on your foot and I don't mean to do it, I'll say, my apologies, or I'm sorry. If he didn't mean what he said, he would have apologized and kept it moving. But the fact that we have so many people that don't like me, and I'm perfectly fine with that, but they want to give it a pass because it's me, that's okay, but you let that be said to anyone else who they quote unquote favor. It would have been a big problem. I'm fine with that. But right is right, is wrong. Monkey see, monkey do.
Can we please, audience, stop yelling out?
Again, it has to be, we have to bring people to order because we can't even speak. If we were in a court, this is a municipal place where we are legislators. Okay, we are.
1 second, Dr. Lewis. Councilwoman Burns, what is your request for information?
Who is the monkey? She said monkey see, monkey do. Who is the monkey?
That's no proper request. Dr. Lewis, please proceed.
Thank you. And so, and then we have Ms. Beverly yelling out again. So here's the deal.
Hold on, one second. Okay, audience, please, that was not Miss Levy. That was not her. I saw who it was.
I do apologize, but I do apologize.
Please go
but
ahead.
here's the deal. This is a municipal place where we make rules and laws. You all should have no less respect for these chambers than you do in a courtroom. If you are demanding, if the judge tells you to come to order, you will come to order. You will be escorted out by the bailiff. It is unfortunate that we have such level.
Please stop your time. RL, please stop hollering out.
I would like to reclaim my time, please.
Absolutely. Go ahead and give her 20 seconds. All right, Dr. Lewis, proceed.
Thank you. And so, again, so when we say that someone is trying to incite a race war, only thing you need is this: a YouTube link or a seat in this chair to see exactly what happened. It can be fixed. We have to make it right again. It was unfortunate to hear my colleague was trying to make something racial again when the young lady came here and she was complaining that she has not heard from the councilman. And then when I pointed it out, it was...
Please stop the time. What is your point of order, Councilwoman Burns?
First of all, she cannot speak to the motives of anyone. Robert's Rules 43.1. She can't speak to what the motives were. She doesn't, and she's incorrect.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Burns, that's improper. I think you heard her incorrectly what she was saying. She was saying that she was accused of saying something was racial. I think she was clearing up that it wasn't racial.
About the lady that was here.
No, that's what she was clearing up.
She thinks that she's blaming him. The lady is that.
No. I hear what you're saying, but if you heard what she said, and then when we talked about earlier, he said that she said it was racial, and she's cleared up the fact that she never said it was racial. That's what's happening. Go ahead.
Thank you. And it's unfortunate when others speak, we let them speak, but as soon as I get the mic, it's point of information. That's okay. But the point is, I said nothing about things being racial. Now, but I will not stand here and allow individuals to attack Pastor Martin. And the reason why is because although he is my pastor, we don't agree with everything, all beliefs and etc. We don't. However, that does not demean Pastor Martin's character, his integrity, and how he feels about the community. So let's not demean people, because if that's the case, we need to check a lot of people that comes to that lecture. I'm not going to be messy and call them out, but let's not try to demean someone's character on one or two items. That's not fair. That's not fair at all. But I could not sit here and not be remiss to let people attack him for standing with me because of the quote-unquote monkey comment that went viral and that has yet to this day to be apologized for, and our black leadership in this community let it go. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens in the very near future if he does not decide to side with them and see if they bring this up or turn the table. But again, an apology costs nothing if you didn't mean it.
All right. Is there anyone else who would like to go forward in the second round on this resolution? Anyone else? Seeing as how there's no one else who would like to go in the second round on this resolution, I will take my time. So a couple of things are happening here. I do believe that there are people who take issue with some of the remarks that Pastor Martin has said in the past. I don't believe that that's what is occurring here. It does appear to be retaliation. One of the things we have to make sure that we are not doing is that we are not retaliating simply because someone is not currently on our side or who you like or who's leading you at this moment, or because someone took a stance in the past for words that came out of your mouth. People have a right to defend however they're going to defend and who they're going to defend. And what we cannot do is send a clear message to this community of, we will retaliate, we will hold you back, which is what we seem to do. I will agree with the fact that when my colleague spoke about the address, I feel like he had a very valid point there. But once my colleague started speaking to, and they did this to me, is where we step into the line of retaliation. We have to be very careful that we're not telling residents that we're going to retaliate against you or deny you something simply because of that. I feel like there are enough factors here outside of the clear retaliation to which we all can make a clear, concise vote on how this has to happen because of some other factors. But I just want us to be clear that residents do not need to feel like if they want to apply for boards, and this is not the first time this council has done this, that we are going to retaliate or hold them back or not allow them to serve in the community. At one point in time, we were all sitting somewhere hoping for an opportunity to serve and wanting to do this. And so let's always remember those mindsets. With that said, roll call, Madam Clerk. And we're voting as to whether or not to send 240043, appointment to early board of hospital managers, Dr. Christopher E. Martin, to council.
Ms. Michelle?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Morgan? No. Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley is no. Ms. Carter? No. Ms. Burns?
No.
The vote is 0 yes, 7 no.
The vote is 0 yes, 7 no. That resolution has failed. Moving on to resolution 240044, appointment Flint Housing Commission, Tracy Fountain. Is there a motion on the floor regarding this resolution?
Madam Chair?
I think Councilwoman Lewis started speaking first.
Yes, I would like to send the resolution, Council.
All right, there is a motion on the floor to send appointment of Flint Housing Commission Tracy Fountain to council. Is there a second? Is there support for this motion?
Support.
It has been moved and properly supported. Is there discussion? Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
I do see now it is to replace Philip Schmidt, whose term expired August 31st, 2023. I do see that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this appointment in the first round? Nobody else in the first round. All right, second round. Anybody that wishes to speak to this resolution in the second round? Roll call, Madam Clerk. And this is to send resolution 240044, appointment Flint Housing Commission Tracy Fountain to council.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Priestley? Ms. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That resolution has been sent to council, and that once again is resolution 240044, appointment Flint Housing Commission Tracy Fountain. We now move on to resolution 240045, appointment Flint Planning Commission Nadia Rodriguez. Is there a motion on the floor?
Madam Chair?
Councilwoman Lewis.
I move that we send that to council.
It has been moved by Dr. Lewis. Is there support? It has been supported by Councilwoman Worthing. Is there discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Burns.
Thank you. So it looks like this one is a reappointment.
No, it's not a reappointment. It's an appointment.
So who is this person? Who are they replacing?
Madam Clerk. Would that count questions for you?
I'm going to say that I would refer to the city attorney's office office, because if it's not listed, I'm not sure who they are replacing. So I really don't want to say.
Madam Chair, to the city attorney. Can you tell me, the format has been changed so that we don't know in these appointments who they're replacing. Can you tell me, do you have information on who Nadia Rodriguez is replacing for the planning commission?
I'm sorry, Councilwoman, I don't have that info.
Okay. And an attorney Kim is not, usually he is at our meetings. Is he out of town? No. I will not be supporting this. I'd like to know who they're replacing. The format has changed. The city had a precedence that was set before that you always have who it was replacing so that you could see. I don't like having this blind. I don't like this. I will not be supporting this at this time, especially since it was drawn up by our legal department, and our legal department does not know whose spot this person, who Nadia Rodriguez is taking, who was her predecessor. So I will not be supporting it.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round to this appointment?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
So, through you, Madam Chair, to Clerk Donahue. Clerk Donahue, I thought that you kept record of all of the different boards and the replacements for each board. So I'm confused. Why? I mean, even Attorney Kim sent us an email with all of the different boards and the vacancies. What's going on? Can you please shed light?
All I can say is I don't make any assumptions as to where I think they might fit in. The administration might have a different idea about replacements they're making. So I know that council had requested that that the resolution, the appointment resolution be drafted to include that information. So I will get with Attorney Kim and make sure that they're presented that way before they come before you. I just don't like to make assumptions to what I think the replacement is for, if they're not saying it, because we've had a problem in the past of a resolution, an appointment that I had drafted, thinking that they were making a certain replacement, but they weren't, it was for something else. So I'll just get with him and say that we need to know, moving forward, every time on these resolutions, that information that used to always be included.
Yeah, but you don't have record of that? Do you keep record of that?
Yes, but I don't, that's for after the fact. I'm not making any assumptions. I just like, I see it when you see it.
Now,
For these appointments, for mayoral appointments, administrative appointments, and not to boards.
okay, this is an administrative appointment, so, Madam Chair,
I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, to you, because you are the 7th Ward representative.
Yeah.
Did you nominate?
I did, yes.
But you don't know who this person is replacing?
So, I was never given that information, and I've asked, and I just want to make sure I don't waste any more of your time. I'll let you go.
Okay. Yeah, because in past, the resolution should always state who the individual will be replacing. And the term of the expiration date of the term and all of that. So, thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe perhaps we should send this back to committee so that we can get all the information we need to get. I'll make a motion to send this resolution back to committee.
There's a resolution, a motion on the floor to send this back to committee. It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion? Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
Through you to Clerk Donahue, I just want to be clear, the planning commission is at the will of the mayor, correct? So how can this be the seventh ward? Just through you, Madam Chair, did you bring this forward? This is a mayor.
So I was approached by someone in planning who said they needed a seventh ward representative, and would I recommend someone?
Okay.
Yep.
So through you again to Madam Clerk, I guess I'm a little under, when you're saying that there might be some ambiguity of what the mayor intended, I can see that for at large, but this is specifically for the seventh ward. So it should be clear as who this person is replacing. There shouldn't be any gray area of normal at large, which I would understand if that was specifically the seventh ward, and there's one per ward on this board. So can you tell me who occupied the seventh ward seat in the planning commission?
From back there? I think somebody has an answer.
Through you, Ashley.
Ashley Kelly.
And I'm sorry, I don't want to refer to you as Ashley. It's Ms. Harris, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Philip Schmitter, his term expired on 8/31/2023.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that name?
Philip Schmitter.
I've never heard that name, and I've been to several planning commission meetings.
I have his
Well,
resolution.
they would still have to call his name during the roll if he was appointed. Madam Clerk, do you have any information?
This resolution is 240044.
45.
45. Yeah, it's in this resolution. That the mayor appoints Tracy Fountain, the East.
No, this is.
45, Ashley, 20045.
April Cook office. Now that name I recognize.
Yeah, I can send you the information.
And thank you, Councilman Pfeiffer. Is there anyone else who would like to go forward with this, to speak to this resolution? I did, okay. Councilman Murphy.
So the planning commission are recommending appointment by the mayor, but in all due respect, what the mayor usually do historically is reach out to the council to touch bases with you on that appointment for that ward. So for instance, I have an appointment for the planning commission. And even though it's not my appointment, it was recommended through the mayor to reappoint that individual to the planning commission. So just in courtesy, when you see the seventh ward appointment, it's not an appointment that the council wants in the second ward making. It's just a courtesy olive branch that the mayor did. I won't be supporting moving this back because we don't know who the appointment is. Because if that's the case, then we probably don't know who some of the other appointments are too. I'm just not going to support it. I would like to see this moving forward with the planning commission do a lot of work there. So I won't be supporting postponement. Through the chair, Judge Ashley, do you have the name?
Yes, I have the correct name.
What's the name?
April Cook. She has April Cook. April Cook.
April Cook
Yes.
Hawkins. Is it April Cook Hawkins?
No, it's just April Cook. Yes, Hawkins.
Okay. So April Cook Hawkins. So now that we know that, that kind of, clarified, Councilwoman Jerry, your question. So can I make an amendment to that motion, or do y'all want to just vote this down and vote? Let's vote it down and just go on. I call for the question.
Support.
I call for the question.
Support.
Oh, support. Oh. You the chair.
I know, but you're not gonna do that. So. I can't. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Ms. Worthing. Lewis. Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley. Yes. Councilman Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
No.
Yes.
No.
Six yes, 2 no.
Vote 6 yes, 2 no, so, with that, we will vote. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
Could you repeat what we voted on now?
We are voting on, moving this back, the appointment for, the planning commission, Nadia Rodriguez. So now we're voting on the amended motion, which is to send this back. Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis. Mr. Murphy.
No.
Ms. Priestley. Yes. Ms. Carter.
No.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Shad.
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Ms. Worthing.
Madam Clerk, I'd like to change my vote to no, please.
Vote is 3 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 5 no. That fails. We go back to our original motion of sending it to council. Councilman Piper.
Yeah, I was hoping that it went back because there's no resume attached. So how do we know that this person is qualified in the position? I think, as we have before, we've always requested that a resume comes forward so that we not only appoint qualified people, we make sure that they have the proper experience to be on that board. So I was hoping that it would be back because I don't have a resume warrant to go for how they're qualified. I think that just being a resident in the ward isn't enough of anything. Being someone qualified that knows a little bit about zoning, someone in that field. So maybe this person is, but we don't have that information before us to determine. So as with all appointments that don't have a resume, I will be voting no.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? I believe Councilwoman Burns asked for this.
Yes.
And actually, Councilwoman Burns, you already spoke in this round for this, so you have to wait till the second round. I'm sorry. Is there anyone else in the first round? Huh? No, 6, 5, and 8 spoke in the first round. Would you like the floor? Councilman Murphy?
So,
You have the floor.
thanks for pointing that out to me. And I'll support it. You know, after all of that. Yeah, I mean, through you to the clerk, did we miss something with the resume? Makes it work.
That's how they submitted.
Excuse me.
That's how the resolution was submitted, without a resume.
Thank you, Councilman Madam Chair. We're still in the first round. Anybody else in the first round? Anybody else in the first round? All right, moving to the second round. Ms. Burns, you have the floor.
Thank you, and as we do make sure that we don't even have a resume, but I do want to state this because I did think that first, and I did have a conversation with Attorney Kim a couple times. So you are correct with the Planning Commission, which is page 59 of the Flint City Charter, section 6-302, establishment, membership, and appointment. Section A, the Planning Commission shall consist of 9 members, 1 from each ward, the 9 wards of the city of Flint, who shall represent insofar as possible different professions or occupations. Such members shall take office only after the appointment by the mayor, together with approval of the city council. So these approvals are for the mayor. They're not ours. Yeah, page 59, section A. I thought that at first it was out of mind because the mayor had told someone that it was my appointment and it was not. Not at all, it was not my appointment. And I could not have that person removed. And so I had and so I had to speak, and so I had to have spoken with Attorney Kim, and that's where it was made clear we had a conversation. You know, we are supposed to like work in agreement with the administration and the mayor's appointments to figure out who we want. These come up, and they're not even coming up with a resume attached. So it definitely needs to be. I don't know how to do send back to a different committee. Just keep it here because this is I'm gonna let my colleagues speak. I'm gonna be fair and not do all the questions. I'm just gonna say I'm gonna manage everything.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else who would like to speak in the second round? Count. Not in the second round, go ahead.
Through you to Ashley, Ms. Harris. Ms. Harris, after I'm done speaking, I'll make a motion to keep this here. And I just have a few questions or requests. One, can we, because this says to fill the remaining term, so did April Hawkins resign? And if that's the case, she was already appointed to this term, so can we notify the clerk of her resignation? And also, you have a resume for us?
Yes, I can get you a resume and also confirmation that she resigned or not.
Okay, thank you. That's the only questions I have. So I will make the motion to keep this in special affairs with the assumption that we'll get this within 2 weeks.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you. There is a motion on the floor to keep this item in special affairs. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by this councilwoman in the 6th ward. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
I'm looking at the roster for the planning commission and April Hawkins' term expired on March of 2023. So this appointment either will need to be reappointed or no one should.
What's your request, Councilman Pfeiffer?
If she expired in March 2023, if that's the case, then this resolution, are you aware that this resolution ends in 2025, stating it's a 3-year term, so none of that makes sense.
Well,
You know, that's 2022.
my appointment, Ms. Campbell, is expired on March 2017, so we need to do something with that too. So while we out, can the administration bring a resolution so we can get her appointment update?
What's your point?
You're not relevant, sir.
Look.
That is.
Yeah, so, okay. I'm not sure if these
Point of request for information.
What's your request?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councilman Murphy, where are you looking at this? Do you have an email with?
No, I went on the City of Flint website.
Okay.
And it says the Flint Planning Commission 2024-25 membership voice. And they got everybody appointed: Josh Brown, March 2025, Jeffrey Horton, March 2026, Lenore Campbell, expired March 2017, Durham Blower, March 2024, Robert Wesley, March 2026, Robert Jewell, March 2026, April Cook Hawkins, March 2023, Lynn Sorensen, March 2026, Mona Eunice, March 2024. So that's where I got this from. I'm not sure about the 3-year time. I'm done.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to have discussion on this agenda item, standing special affairs? Madam Clerk, did you have something?
I just wanted to clarify, according to my records and what you adopted in 2020, her term expired in 2022. So that's probably why it says 25 on this resolution. The website might be wrong, but the resolution that you adopted said term expired in 2022.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this resolution?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. So, it looks like we may need to just fix this totally. So, maybe we can drop this and bring it back, or we can let it remain, but we just need to make sure that we have everything that's required, such as the resume, make sure that the dates are online. So this is this is in your ward. For you, Madam Chair, what do you represent?
So I am completely fine with staying here in special affairs. I just need for the administration to send us resolutions correctly. Also, with all items I believe we've made this request on more than one occasion about how resolutions are sent to us. So I'm going to make the request once again about how resolutions are sent to us. Just kind of keep the confusion down, because we already got enough of it ourselves. So administration, please, and thank you, correct resolutions. Take some time to kind of look over them and make sure you're sending down the correct stuff. We'd appreciate it greatly.
All right, thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor? Anyone else? All right, I'll take my time. Councilman Pfeiffer is correct. There is no resume attached to this. And so we do not need to move forward without a resume so that everyone has an opportunity to make an informed decision on how they vote. I was approached, and not by the mayor, I've actually not even spoken to the mayor concerning the planning commission or any boards. I was approached saying they needed someone in the 7th ward, and here's the name, and someone that's very committed to the community, who will show up for the meetings. I know with a lot of our boards, we have issues with making quorum because people accept these positions and then they do not show up so that the business of those boards can move forward. I do have confidence that Ms. Rodriguez would show up and operate in her duties on the planning commission. And so, I mean, no need to belabor it. voted to keep it here in special affairs. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry, that's not, Mr. Murphy?
Okay.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Shad?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis? Vote is 8 yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240045, appointment Flint Planning Commission, Nadia Rodriguez will stay in special affairs. Now moving on to resolution 240048, the reappointment to the citywide advisory committee, Mazan Green Martin. Is there a motion for this resolution? Councilwoman Burns.
Motion to send resolution 240048, reappointment, citywide advisory committee, Maison Green.
It has been moved. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 3rd Ward. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just for clarity, Madam Chair, to the city clerk, it says to an at-large. Was this the position that she held as at-large before? It's because it states, it's a resolution resolving that the Flint City Council approves the appointment of Mason Green Martin, original address, to an at-large.
If I may, Councilwoman Burns, she would have to be at large because I recently appointed someone to the 7th Ward seat. Yes.
Okay, that's okay. So she's the mayor's appointment then. And she served on that, when did her term? She served on that board before. She did, I remember she was appointed in 2019. And so, Madam Chair, to Madam Clerk, when did her term expire?
Her original term expired May 31st, 2022.
2022, May 31st, 2022.
Yes, and this is a reappointment, so the title says reappointment, the resolve says appointment. I don't know if you want to amend that or not, but this
Okay,
would be a
but it's not a
reappointment.
reappointment then. This is now just an appointment then, right?
No, it's a reappointment.
It's a reappointment, but Candace had sent someone. So if this is the mayor's, it's now to at large. But it's the mayor's or is you appointed someone to the board? It's just that you at large. Yeah, I know. So but then her term expired, then. Right. When was your person appointed?
Recently, in the last 2 months, I believe. Recently.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, you're saying it expired in 2022, but this says a 3-year term ending in 2026, so wouldn't that, if this was a reappointment, be ending in 2025? Whereas, was she appointed to the 7th Ward before and now it's been at large?
This is an example of why I don't make assumptions. You would have to ask Attorney Kim about that.
Because I'm confused with whether or not this is a reappointment. If this was a reappointment, yeah.
Ms. Harris.
Yeah, so this is a reappointment. It looks like her term did expire in 2022. And this is an appointment. This is the CWAC, so each council member appoints someone and the administration appoints two.
So if she expired in 2022, and she continued on that, that means that this term would expire in 2025 if it's a 3-year term. This states that it's a 3-year term ending in 2026. So I'm confused of which position she is now taking.
Yeah, so if it's 3 years, then you're correct, it would be 2025, and that's it. The resolution.
Madam Clerk, you have something?
I am showing that Ms. Mashat's recent appointment, Moses Tillman, 7th Ward appointment, expires in 2025.
So Moses took this position that this person previously had.
No, this says it's an at-large.
I understand that, but according to the clerk's records, that this isn't any reappointment. If this person, but it's not, it's, because her term expired and somebody else took that term, and this person moved over to the at-large. This is not a reappointment. So if this was a reappointment, I would probably, vote yes without a resume, but since this is not a reappointment, and this resolution is incorrect and it does not have a resume, I'm going to make a motion to send it back so that we can get a resume and fix the resolution to not say reappointment. So I'm going to make a motion to send it back to government ops.
It's been moved. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy?
Call for the question.
Okay, is there any support?
Support.
That is moved and properly ordered. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. McIntyre?
No.
Ms. Brown?
No.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Morgan? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Vote 8 yes, no no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Reappointment Citywide Advisory Committee, Mazan Green Martin, Resolution 240048 has been moved to Government Ops. Moving on to Appointment Zoning Board of Appeals, John Kingan, Resolution 240049. Is there a motion?
Yes. I would like to move, appointment resolution 240049, John King to the zoning board of appeals.
Is there, it's been moved, is there support? Or it's been moved and supported by the councilperson in the 4th ward, is there discussion?
Yes.
Sorry, I heard you first. Councilman Pfeiffer has the floor. Alrighty, Councilman Johnson has the floor.
Yes, this is an appointment, that I needed to fill in the 3rd ward. He taken, a young lady spot who is now employed for, at the, customer service in the downstairs, I believe. She was on the board of appeals, and at the last meeting, they didn't have a quorum, so it was just important that we fill some of these positions. I didn't want to just put anybody on there. This is someone I will roll with it. That's very accurate. We do have a resume, and I do have, when we approve this tonight, if we work with the administration, the staff,
probably to get him up to speed on things that's going on. I think they meet sometime this month, so I'm trying to make sure they have a form.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the sixth ward.
through you to, Madam Clerk, what is the person's name? Do you have the person's name? That, he's replacing, Mr. King?
The person who used to be,
Yeah, what's the name that he's replacing, that your new person is replacing? John Kingan. Do you have the name, Madam Clerk, of who he is, who Mr. John Kingan is replacing?
the person, she resigned. It was a young lady that used to be on the zoning board of appeals. She now works in customer service, I believe, for the information list downstairs. So she resigned, and this appointment now will be her replacement.
Okay, we have her name.
I was on the
Clerk is talking. The clerk is talking. Madam Clerk.
Ms. McCaskill.
Can you say that again?
I have Ari McCaskill.
Ari Castle.
Ari's first name? McCaskill is the last name.
McCaskill. Ari McCaskill. Okay, and that's who was serving prior. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Okay, go ahead.
Just to be clear, this is only for a 6 month term? Or till the end of August, Madam Clerk? Is that correct?
That's correct, it's the remainder of that term.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this resolution? And let's see what's wrong. Roll call, Madam Clerk. And this is to send 240049, appointment zoning board of appeals John Kingan to council.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Ms. Worthing. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Priestley.
Yes.
Mr. Burns.
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240049, appointment of zoning board of appeals John Kingan will move to council.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Priestley.
motion to move 240051 council.
There is a motion to move 240051, appointment of Human Relations Commission Christopher Fry to council. Is there any support? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 9th ward. Councilwoman Priestley, you have the floor.
Yes, this is an appointment that fills a vacancy that has been open since before I became on council. And it's vital that this person is seated, so I'm asking my fellow council people to please approve this appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th ward.
I believe this appointment was Chris Fry.
Yes, ma'am.
He serves, so I know he also serves in Flint, he works in Flint Neighborhood United. And you're, putting very, very strong. And when we look at putting people on these boards, we have to remember too that our comments and our views, they stay here. See, I will not be supporting Chris Fry because his views, I was troubled with it. I was very troubled with it. And the fact that he wasn't putting in good united. And those views have, when you look at human relations, people, these boards, you have to be fair and unbiased, you have to be impartial. His comments on social media have not exhibited the fact that your opinion maybe is personal. Here on social media, I will not be supporting this.
Is there, I'm sorry, no. Okay, is there anyone else who would like to speak in the first round? Okay, is there anyone who would like to speak in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Priestley.
You know, there's been oftentimes members of, who have been appointed that I don't necessarily agree with, but it's my fellow council people's choice as to who they nominate for their boards, and I don't question that. I rarely vote against a appointment proposed by one of our fellow councilmen, and I would hope that some people would, and there's some appointments I would not have voted for, or felt it was their choice. And so I do hope that they respect my choice, and it's very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the second round?
Roger.
Yeah, Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. So, keeping in mind that Mr. Fry has been involved in the community for years. He has been over Flint Neighborhood United for years as the president. He has been putting out great information in the community for years. Mr. Fry is, one thing I will not do, I will not accuse someone of something and not have a receipt to back it up. So I would like to ask my councilperson in this, excuse me, my colleague in the city board, what did he say that troubled you? Through you, Madam Chair, to the city board.
Councilwoman Burke, you may answer if you would like.
Okay, that's all I want to hear. Thank you.
Screenshot.
That's all I want to hear. So with that,
I'll take them up for you to read.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
again, just like Bishop Martin's tape was played, what Chris Fry said could be read as well. I will not, she's out of order. So I will not utilize my seat again to weaponize people under false pretenses. He does great work in the community, and when you do great work in the community, you realize the other people that do it. And so therefore, I will not go to your appointment, Judy, because this is your appointment. You vetted him, and we've seen his work. And clearly, we don't have any evidence of him being a bad person on social media. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this in the second round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
Now, this is where I stand. I'm going to do my research. Now, if the comments are racially motivated, if they are racial slurs and racial undertones, no, he does not need to be sitting on the Human Relations Commission.
Request information.
What is your request?
My request is, so what did he say, so we can...
Madam Chair, I'm not answering that.
Can you proceed?
So with that, no, he should not be sitting on any Human Relations Commission because you have to be unbiased.
What is your point of order?
This is slandering a person's character if she does not have any proof that he has said racial.
Madam Chair, I'm talking. This is my time. This is not slander. I didn't slander anyone. I said if his comments are racially motivated, racial slurs or have any racial undertones, no, he does not need to sit on the Human Relations Commission. That's for anyone. I'm tired of it. You got people coming in here talking about you people. You got Doug Matthews coming up in here, skipping up here every week, talking about he's a social worker and all his racial slurs. We don't need that.
What is your point of order?
So according to our rules, with that 27.2, we cannot attack the audience in their absence or in their presence.
That does not say that.
The point of order says we cannot attack, be argumentative. So thank you.
Councilwoman Burns, what's your point of order?
Point of order should even quote it correctly. Councilwoman Winfrey Carter was stating a fact with what Doug Matthews came up here and said.
So what I'm saying is, we don't need that kind of behavior on these commissions and boards. We gotta stop with it. So, I'll be voting no for this appointment. We have no room for that on the Human Relations Commission. Thank you.
Councilwoman Martin, you have the floor.
Yeah, oh God. The constant over here is, I mean, it's like they're at the Super Bowl and they're cheering and like shouting out. This is not a sporting event, it's business. I'm sorry that you can't appreciate that. But I find it disgusting that one would attack someone's character without having any proof that any racial comments were made. You can say that about anyone if there have been no racial comments. I'm pretty 100% positive that I've never seen racial comments coming out of Chris Fry on any Facebook post. That's not who he is. And so, what is the point of doing that? Why accuse somebody of something they didn't do, and then just ignore that you just tried to slander someone's character? But that's what people on this council like to do, is slander others. And usually when you accuse somebody of doing something, you're the one who's done it yourself. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Burns. You have the floor.
Thank you. And she is the first time she told the truth. The person is usually the person who does it. So Facebook, you call me a gal. You a gal. No, I'm not a gal. You will not refer to me as that racist term. You will not refer to me. Excuse me. No.
Oh, pardon me. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Councilwoman Worthy, you don't have the floor. You don't have the floor. You don't have the floor. Go ahead. Go ahead, Councilwoman Burns. Go ahead.
You want to see the proof of gal? I can pull it up right now.
Councilwoman Burns.
I can show you gal. I'm not allowing you to gaslight this community as she is out of order. Thank you. I will not, I'm screaming. You are out of order. How about that?
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
So she gets that now. I guess she's imitating me. I can care less. But the fact that she has gallery, I can pull that up, and that is not slandering. Along with calling people ghetto, where she had to give some apology. She called this community a cult, sections of it that are populated by African American or black people. She said the Amen Choir. So these are not allegations, and we can pull them up. I can pull them up for you. You so ignorant, it's just ridiculous.
Councilwoman Worthing, you do not have the floor, please. Please stop. I understand, but please stop. You do not have the floor. Councilwoman, hey, stop yelling out. Councilwoman, please stop yelling out. Stop yelling out. That is your first warning. Go ahead. And please give Councilwoman Burns a 1 minute back, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not her. I'm stating facts about her. She needs to understand the difference. She needs to understand the difference. So again, when you call black women a gal, that's equivalent to calling a black man a boy. When you call this community ghetto.
Order.
What is
Okay,
your
so-
point of order, Councilwoman Martin?
My point of order is, are we discussing Chris Fry's appointment?
Yes, we are.
She is not germane.
And you need to be warned her out of order.
That is actually correct. Councilwoman Burns, please state
I'm
what's on the
speaking to
agenda
what she
item.
spoke to.
I
So when we
understand.
talk about racist terms, I'm drawing a conclusion. I'm giving you proof of what a colleague in a ninth ward who has made racial slurs, microaggressions, what they look like, the words that they use, so that she can understand and other council members on this board can understand what they are. Now, I will get it for you for comments that he has put. I blocked Chris Fry. I don't even block people because his comments were so out of order and character. I blocked him. So when you set out here to do, but you also defend all kinds of crazy people. So I mean, it's your. But I'm not so. And here's the thing. My comment was just to simply say.
What, I'm sorry, please hold, Councilwoman Burns, what is your point?
I said the comments were, you were out of order. No, your
Councilwoman
comments are
Burns,
crazy.
Councilwoman Burns, please. Go, Ms. Worthing, round the
No, you were lying.
please.
Now that I did say.
Go ahead, run up your point.
She doesn't even know what she says. She just talks so much. You said crazy people.
Crazy.
Thank you, thank you.
Anyway, they keep taking my time for the ninth and the first, the second ward, who always complain about points of order. They put Councilman Mays out for numerous points of orders and requests, and they're doing the same thing. Then we need to record.
Madam Clerk, can you stop the time for a second? Thank you. I would ask all of my colleagues to refrain from personal attacks, to refrain from to make sure that you stay germane to the agenda item and what we're discussing, to refrain from arguing back and forth with each other. Take the time that you have. If a point of order is called, please stop, let us hear the point, I will move on it, and we will move on. But please stop the back and forth arguing, please stop speaking of motives, please stop calling names. Everyone up here is eloquent enough to speak to the point that you are trying to make without directing your comments at a colleague. Please stop interrupting. Let's continue, Madam Clerk. Please start her time again.
Thank you. And so, as my colleague, one of the states, I can never get through when they want to interrupt me because of one word, one information. But when they do it, it doesn't seem to tabulate, or they can't keep count. So, my reading, I'm just going to get into it. I can find them for you, and I'll send them to you because I blocked him. I have almost 3,000 screenshots. It's going to take me some time. So I'll give it to you because I did block Chris Fry. I blocked him, and it takes a lot for me. I'll go back and forth with debate that they may not agree with me on certain things, but it gets a point and a threshold. When that threshold is crossed, then I will block you. And I blocked him. I didn't have you on my page. I didn't block you, and I would read you almost a lot, let's just say that. So Judy, to your point, I understand that those are your appointments. But if I were to have a person that I was to appoint, that my colleague felt something that they weren't very comfortable with, send it back to committee. I'll find this, I'll show you. But I don't arrive at blocking just because I don't like it. I'm not a quick, person to block. I don't do that. Liddell Lewis is on my page. I don't do that. So I'm a very fair person when it comes to that. Very fair. And I don't care for her at all. And matter of fact, she takes things from my page and sends them to the pastors. But it's not even true posts. And change them. So my point is, I'm not supporting this. All I made was I wasn't supporting it. Don't get into these weeds. I didn't even state the reason why. Y'all kept digging and brought this up when y'all should just remain quiet. That's just not where I'm going. If 5 people choose to move him forward, that's their point. point. If Judy wanted to ask me later, then I would have explained to her. But it's not I didn't try to do it without thought, period. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Everyone that has spoken so far in this round, 42596. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in this round?
Madam
You
Chair,
spoke in this round.
that's all?
Yeah, in this round. Because the first round, only 2 people spoke.
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, go ahead.
Thank you. So I know Chris Farley too. I know he worked closely with, what is my friend that's over there? Carmen, yeah, Lewis. I just can't see Carmen working that closely with someone that's out here making racial slurs or comments, whatever, in the community. I'm not sure. I don't know what you're talking about. I would like to see some kind of evidence or something stating what he said or something. I mean, I've been knowing him for years too. Now, he will speak his mind and tell you what's on his mind, so that, I'm not surprised, but for him to make racial comments, I would like to see that. Other than that,
Request for information. I said from my comments.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Burns, what's your request?
Request for information. I said that I said racial. He made an inappropriate, very inappropriate comment.
no, I'm saying, if you have some evidence to show, to prove to us.
I didn't say racial. That was.
I don't know, well, maybe I'm listening. I thought you said he made racial comments or something. Cause I mean, I've been knowing him for some years, and he just don't seem like that kind of person. And now I hate to hold a disappointment, but I don't want to support something I don't know. I just don't be following some of the stuff on Facebook like that. So I'm just not aware of it. If you are aware of it, like you played the tape for Chris Martin, that will help me make a decision, because what you played with Chris Martin, I never heard of before until you just played. That helped me make a decision. Not to say that I wouldn't go, go that route, but I'm just saying that just puts the icing on the cake. So I just feel like if you got some evidence, other than that, I got to support my family and support board.
I'm going through this screen.
Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else who would like to speak to this resolution in the second round? All right, roll call, Madam Clerk, and we are voting to send 240051, appointment to Human Relations Commission, Christopher Fry, to council.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'm gonna abstain until I see some, evidence of my colleagues, so.
Mr. Morgan.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna abstain as well, until I do my research.
No.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no, 2 abstentions. This resolution 240051 has been moved to council. Now on to ordinances. 240052, the amendment ordinance, chapter 35, personnel, section 35-112.04, job description and qualifications for the director of the Department of Public Works.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to send 240052 to council.
Not support.
The motion to move this resolution 240052 to council by Councilwoman Priestley has been supported by Councilwoman Lewis. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
For you to Mr. Edwards.
Mr. Edwards, would you please join us?
Also, I don't see Mr. Eddie Smith. What is the difference in DPW job? What is that you're changing it for? I know you're walking towards. Did the job description change? The qualification, I know it's an issue with compensation, and that the job has been vacant since March 17, 2023.
Through Madam Chair to Councilwoman Burns, yes, what we've done is expanded the possibilities, changed the requirement so that experience is a big portion of, rather than just have simply stipulation for degree, we are substituting a certain amount of years of experience for someone who's actually worked in the area, they're doing the job, but they may not possess a degree.
So you're taking off the education component?
No, simply allowing substitution for expanding possibilities for a candidate.
So you're adding that?
Lots of years, yes, we're at, because it said.
So in lieu of, it's an either or.
Yes, ma'am.
So a person can come be DPW and not have the college portion that's on it now.
But have a number of.
Of years.
I think it's at least 15 years experience in the area, doing that job.
Here is my issue with DPW, because they're water. How do we change that part when we have a problem when they switch? Why would we switch? Flint was poison. DPW is, if you had taken off, maybe kept the college, less than, I don't know how many years is required, was it 15?
If I may.
Yeah.
There are people in this area, excuse me, sir. There are people in this area that are certified with or without the college degree. They're certified S1 distribution operators. So they meet the requirement according to ECO. They meet the requirement.
But most municipalities do require a college degree, is that correct?
I'm not aware of that because I know of some circumstances where people are working that have 20+ years.
Okay, and so is that to fill the spot?
This is to open up the range of opportunity.
Okay, to help fill the spot.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm just like, I know it's hard, but this should be the last city to really cut the corners and willing to let the qualifications to say, well, in lieu of, or either you have this or you have that. I cannot support this. I know you're having a difficult time. I don't know how your search is being done. I do know some other
search has been nationwide.
It's been nationwide.
Yes, ma'am.
Because we were going over one of these searches, and I think it was only on Indeed, but it wasn't on some others. I would like to see how the search is going out.
Search has been through Michigan Municipal League. It's been nationwide. We hired them. We paid them and hired them to do a national search. And they brought us 17 probable candidates, of which none of them took the job.
And what was the reason why they didn't take it?
No.
I do know why our other.
He's not far wrong in his statement.
I do know that our, not Mr. Mike Brown, but I do know why our prior one left, which was because he was supposed to receive the $36,000 capacity building grant, which was from Mott, that was taken away from him. He took his experience and went to work at another municipality. So, and that has got to probably do, because those people, they travel in the same areas. This person has now improved the quality of his other municipality.
The wage, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the wage is competitive. I would have agreed with that probably then, but the wage is now competitive and there's still no.
But we lost the person who had the experience.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this ordinance, this resolution?
Yes,
Okay, her ninth ward first, the councilwoman in the ninth ward, you have the floor.
This one's tough because we need someone who has the education. And I do believe that the emergency manager that was appointed was not stood up to enough. I don't think, and it wasn't under this administration. But if we have educated people that know what they're doing, they're gonna say, this is wrong. And despite maybe losing their job, they're going to say it's wrong and here's why. And it didn't happen. I mean, it was celebrated here that we were switching to the Flint River. It seemed like no one in charge was saying, hey, let's slow this down. And I know the emergency manager had the control, but we can still be vocal when it comes to these important things. And it was something as simple as just missing the correct chemical to combat corrosion in our lead lines. All around the world, there's still lead lines. Like almost everyone is in danger of what has happened here. And the thing is that they're just controlling it until there might be a disaster. So this needs to happen in every community. But even though we need the education, no person who is reasonable and educated would sit during these meetings and listen to the vitriol and hatred and just chaos that happens here. So as much as I would like to have an educated person and good quality staff members, we cannot keep that the way that council is going. So I might just vote for this because it is what it is right now. Like, I don't personally have control over the hatred or the long meetings. For 6 years, the meetings have been long, sometimes till 4 a.m. Nobody who could get paid the same or better elsewhere wants to stay here. Everyone has come and go. I'm the last one to leave that I know of. I held on. And I'm just as happy as you are, sir. Because no one deserves to be screamed at, called names, and now I have to listen to others in the community be slandered, and they've never done anything. So now it goes past council members and to people in the community we want to call racist with no such proof. This is beyond. So good luck if you even find anyone good. Sorry, I'm just ranting. Because this city is doing it to itself. And we have audience members and people celebrating hatred and vitriol, and they're making money off of this. They don't care about us. Their goal is to make money off of this while we suffer. That's disgusting.
Step down. Please stop yelling from the audience. Thank you. Greatly appreciate it. So we're gonna keep going? All right, you have a nice night. Thank you for joining us. Please stop yelling from the audience. Thank you. Thank you for leaving and exiting this professional meeting. Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely, thank you. All right, is there anyone else?
Yes, Madam.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward.
Okay, so. Madam Chair, through you to Clerk Donahue. Clerk Donahue, was this on the committee agenda?
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Ricardo, I didn't hear your question.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Clerk Dunn.
No, I still didn't hear your question, I'm sorry.
I was asking her, was this ordinance on, the committee, the legislative, committee?
Thank you, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Was it on the agenda for legislative committee? Ma'am, I didn't hear you.
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna go through this again. Why are we getting resolutions on special affairs that should have gone to committee first? I just can't. Madam Chair.
Yes.
This to me, we're circumventing the process.
I believe it was in government ops. I think.
Was it on governmental operations committee? No, it was not. Special affairs is designed, it's a committee that's designed to stop resolutions, you know, to complete, maybe get a document or two, and move on to council. It's not designed to do the work. We're doing work, and we needed to have this in committee so that we can sit down and really go through this ordinance. I can't do this. I can't vote for this tonight. I'm going to be voting no. Because why even have committees if we're going to circumvent the process? Why? So, and I would think that the administration would send all resolutions to committee, through committee, so that we can vet them properly. To me, and in my opinion, I'm feeling like y'all just want us to make a decision to go ahead and approve this without any thought to it. I'm not going to rubber stamp. I'm just not. So I'll be voting no. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this resolution? Councilman Piper.
So, here's my issue is if there is another disaster, something else, it's going to come back on council that we change the provisions and we then in turn allow someone who may not be qualified to do the job. When you lesser these standards, are we getting lesser of a person, right? So, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Evans, how do we know 15 years is the correct number? I don't know. How did we come up with the 15 years of experience being equivalent? How was that determined?
That's probably a question for HR.
I just don't want to be sitting on this side of the desk if something else happened and we change the requirements. And then in turn hired someone that was not qualified, even though I would say that.
Thank you, Councilman. Oh, that's not, is that somebody else's phone?
No.
Oh, can you pause the time? I would ask everyone to please turn your cell phones off. Administration, please make sure that you are complying and turn your cell phones off. Thank you. Mr. Edwards, would you please ask the administration to comply and turn their cell phones off? Can we please give Mr. Pfeiffer 30 seconds of his time back? I'm sorry.
I guess I would want to know more about this before I vote in front of it. And to make sure that what we were doing wasn't putting the public in jeopardy by changing the requirements of such an important position. But I'm not unaware of our recruiting problems, and, you know, just to contradict my own argument here about not voting for this, we had somebody with these qualifications when we had a water disaster. So I'm not unaware of that, but I'm not sure I want to change the requirements to put somebody who may not be qualified. And what is progressive leave? 15 years of progressive leave, years of progressively responsible experience. What is progressive years of progressively responsible experience? I'm sure that's a typo, but because that doesn't make sense to me, but I don't have a degree, so I can't be qualified for this. Yeah, the ability to know on this or send it back over. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on this in the first round? 6, 9, 5, and 8 have all spoken on this. Okay, Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. I would like to make an amendment motion to send this back to government office.
All right, there has been a motion on the floor.
Or send this to it, never was.
There's a motion on the floor to send resolution 2400522 government ops. This has been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy.
Thank you. I think we need to vet this, like my colleague in the 5th Ward stated. And I'm looking at this, the vendor just passed this out not too long ago, so I need time to actually do the hearings. So I'll be voting to send this to government office. Call for the question.
The question has been called for. Is there any support? Support. It's been called for, properly supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
I abstain because I wanted to add some requirements on some more documentation for the government ops.
Ms. Warner?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Mr. Chad? No. The vote is 4 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention. The vote is 4 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention. Moving back into the motion, is there anyone else that would like to share? Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
You know, I totally understand, and I really think we do need to discuss this in committee because it's such an important position. We've had, obviously some issues. And what I would like to know when we go back to committee is what other municipalities have that type of requirement. I don't necessarily think a degree is the end all and be all of knowledge. Certifications go a long way towards that, and I see that you've got this in that in this job description. But I do think that we need to spend time really vetting this and really discussing this, and it's a shame that it's in one of the other committees, because we tend not to get to the other committees outside of finance. And, so I want us to have, I want to have the data to back some of this up. How many municipalities who we don't treat we do some treating of our water, but we are reliant on another source for our water who treats it as well. And so I want to know what kind of situations that the municipalities in the same situation that we are in with our water treatment have this kind of requirements. And I mean, certifications go a long way, and knowledge. I'm not necessarily married to the educational requirements, but I do think we need to spend some time really discussing it, because it is very important, and this city and this community is gun shy, and we need to make sure it's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Nate Ford, you have the floor.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that education, having a degree isn't everything, but I think with this we need to walk on those eggshells. Through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk. Madam Clerk, can we get the revision history in total? I don't know what the date of this one is you're saying about this. Is this the 2016 one? But can we get the complete history of when this was established, each revision that was made? I mean, this ordinance number, the cover page that you put on it, has a 2018 date, but there's not a revised revision in 2018, so we'll do that. So I guess for government ops, can you give us every revision? I want to see what was changed. I'm sure that one of them was just a salary, but I'd like to see that. Mr. Edwards, can we have Mr. Smith there, especially to discuss the problems he's having with recruitment? I think it's troubling that we appear to full track people, but we can't seem to have any ability to function with us, and I want to know why that is. Obviously, there's certain animosity, but I can't sit here and say that everything should be blamed on council on why we can't recruit her. So I would like, if possible, Mr. Smith to be at the next government council.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this resolution? Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm not cutting any corners when it comes to water, because Flint is still broken. And the DPW is an important position. We should have kept Rob Benson in that position. We gave him that $36,000 capacity building grant. He should still be here. All those projects with those $1 million change orders was because we didn't give him $36,000 in a capacity building grant. That was ridiculous. Flint residents weren't working, and we didn't even have to pay for it. It was Mott's grant. And so for us to switch this out, and this is where we're at now. This is where we're at, and let's try to poach Rob Benson back from where he's at. Offering him the money, you know, he's got the experience. You know, but we have a problem. And Flint, worldwide, for a water crisis issue. Worldwide. And I'm not going to be responsible. I'm not going to be responsible for what's safe, but we want to add something else to it to make sure that the water quality, that the infrastructure, it will never happen again. But what I won't do is reduce any requirements. I will not do that, because we have seen video after video where you see them flipping the switch. Right. When people saying the water tastes good. Where we have now a cancer cluster study that they believe is the cause of the water. We have people who died. We know that when it gets hot, that we have Legionella, that bacteria grows. And here's another thing. Often I get a reminder to call our DPW department. Hey, Tanya, it's hot. Make sure someone is flushing those hydrants. It's not my job, but I do because I care about the people. And we haven't had anyone in that position. I don't want someone who don't understand. I'm not cutting corners. Cutting corners, what was it, $1 or something a day to treat the water? $100 a day to treat the water, and a whole city was poisoned. I'm not willing to cut no corners just to fill a spot. I'm not doing it. I'm not. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Anyone else? With that said, I will take my time. I am in a unique position sitting up here discussing this particular thing, especially when we talk about water. I am the only person that analyzes water every day from all around the country, but specifically from the city of Flint. The reason I voted no to calling the question is because this is not something that can be rushed through. As the person who analyzes Flint water every day, y'all want to get this right. Because when they tell you that there's still a problem with our pipes, they are not lying or exaggerating. Again, as the person that sees the numbers. So we owe it to residents, to ourselves, because we live in Flint, to make sure that we are providing safe drinking water. And so we want to make sure the person that is in position, and I'm not necessarily going to say, I understand why you had to do the usual experience in lieu of what's going on. Again, I'm not going to knock someone with experience in doing something if they've done it daily so they know how to do it. I agree with Mr. Pfeiffer. Let's just vet this a little bit more, make sure we have certain things from the administration. Mr. Edwards, as someone who's worked with you in the past, I trust your ability to make decisions, right? And so I just want to make sure that as we vote on something so big for the city, that we do have this correct, that we get it right and we not fail. I'm with Mr. Pfeiffer 100%. If I don't want to be sitting on this end, if something else goes wrong, I'm not interested in doing that one. And then as far as Mr. Benson coming back, I'm not getting Rob back. Honestly, I worked for an administration where the only thing that happened to Rob was he got attacked, he got demeaned. All of a sudden, everybody thinks Rob is so professional, but Rob got dogged out. So council has to take some sort of accountability too, that this is not a welcoming place. We're not even welcoming to each other most of the time. So to pretend like we're welcoming to other people and this is somewhere that someone should want to come, I'm gonna leave my job and appear to come here so you can tell me I can't do my job? No, thank you. No, thank you. So at some point there has to be some accountability taken on our end too of why people are not coming to the city to work for the city. Because if it's constantly attack, got you moment, who wants to work in that kind of environment? I've asked y'all, but I see your faces when you're standing before us. I already know the answer. Thank you for holding on, I guess. But as far as the other stuff, Ms. Priestley wanting to make sure that we kind of do some comparative analysis for other municipalities and how that works when we talk about the educational component. I think these are all good things. Can't wait to see it in government ops. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Yeah, that was your first round. You wanted to talk to me? Go ahead, second round. We only get one round. I just said, thank you. See, that's why I have to cheer along. Go ahead, Madam Clerk. Yeah, this is for the amendment to send this back to government ops. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
No.
No.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
The vote, I'm sorry, was the vote?
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no. This will be sent back to government ops. And now moving on to our last agenda item, which is something we're revisiting from earlier in the evening. This is
I will make a motion to bring off the table 240021.
Support.
No. too. Oh, it is part of the last thing. So this is the resolution to bring off of the table 240021. It has been moved. Is there a second? Okay, I will take Mr. Murphy's support. Thank you. Discussion? Go ahead.
So now I can see it in writing, because there was quite a big change there, and just all the words that I wanted to see it clearly. But this isn't, I guess, although I agree with Dr. Lewis on this, they have to work a day anyways to do the garbage. I had to work Martin Luther King Day, I did get time and a half. If I didn't work it, I would have gotten paid. And the same day, the same Veterans Day, and all those other, like Memorial Day, 4th of July, Thanksgiving, Christmas, we don't get paid for working those days, but we work the other, federal holidays, we do get time and a half as a rule. So, they are, this is really affecting, the priority waste employees' working conditions. And it doesn't hurt to talk to them about it, but this is not forcing that issue. And so I can support it. Thank you.
Or is there anyone else?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy?
Here's the deal. I'm sorry to interrupt.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
If you are discussing the motion to remove from the table, it's not debatable. So, are you voting on the motion to remove from the table?
Oh, we didn't vote, I'm sorry. I forgot we didn't vote on the motion, we've been writing to it, so, I'm sorry, roll call, Madam Clerk, to remove from the table.
Sorry for interrupting, but I don't want.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Murphy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Shad?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Ms. Williams?
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no to remove resolution amending the contract with Priority Waste Company and honor ML King Day as a holiday from the table. Thank you. Councilwoman Worthy.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Because before she called for the question, I wanted to speak, but no, go ahead. Let's go ahead and call for the question. I thought I had the floor.
That's the only reason I didn't give you the floor back, because we weren't supposed to be doing that. Is there support for the call for the question? Is there support? Okay, that fails for lack of support. Mr. Murphy, you have the floor.
Yes, let me clear something up with this resolution, because I heard you talk about, and two of my colleagues talk about what priority waste employees may or may not. We talking about a holiday for Martin Luther King that's been made a federal holiday. What is wrong with sending a simple letter to Priority Waste and asking them to look at having Priority Waste join the city of Flint and being a holiday and getting one day off and working on a Saturday, which they have worked 7 and 8 days out of the year? No, I'm just saying, because we're talking about a holiday. They do it on Easter, they do it on these other holidays, so why they can't do it on Martin Luther King Day? Y'all just don't admit that y'all got a problem with the Martin Luther King Day, because that's really what it is. Y'all have, no.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Lack of decorum and speaking to someone's motives.
Councilman Murphy, proceed.
At the end of the day, it appears that some of y'all mad because maybe y'all didn't create this resolution, or maybe some of y'all mad that y'all don't want them to have a Martin Luther King Day for a holiday. How dare y'all worry about somebody's what their employees go do? Let them decide whether they want to have the day off. That ain't your fault. I'm just saying, y'all. What is your point? You questioning the resolution. The resolution is not.
Okay, so what we're not gonna do, pause, we're not gonna do back and forth. We've established time and time again that, pardon me, I have the floor. We've established, Dr. Lewis, we've established time and time again that people can vote however they would like to vote. Would anyone else like the floor? Councilwoman, oh wait, Councilwoman Worthington, you can't, Councilwoman Burns.
So,
one second, Councilwoman Burns. If everyone can please, audience, please, Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
thank you. I am supporting Dr. King to honor his day because it's a federal holiday. It's only one. We have one black holiday. One. Just one. Black History Month is the shortest month of the year, with the exception of this year, it's leap year. So Councilman Murphy, I know we're going to get bombarded. I think it could be. It is not our responsibility to get job HR for priority waste. It is not our position to state what their position is, but we are misinformed or ill-informed. It's not our job. It is our job to say if we approve this, let priority decide. Because at some point another contract gonna come back up. They can't figure this little minor thing out because they are not only in the city of Flint, they are in other municipalities. It'd be interesting to find out if they.
Pardon me, Councilman Murphy. She can't finish her thought. Can we give her, excuse me, Madam Clerk, can we please get her 30 seconds back on the clock? Go ahead, Councilwoman Burns.
We know that. Oh, but they get ready to break form. Councilwoman Lewis just said, waste our time and ready to go.
No, nobody's leaving. We have a whole other meeting. Let's go. Just keep talking, Councilwoman Burns.
Anyways, there's a lot of chatter here, and I'm gonna vote the way I want to vote. So my point is, I support you with this, and we shouldn't be speaking to the voters for what priority will do. They pick up trash from other municipalities, and I'm quite sure some of those municipalities, they are honoring Dr. King's Day. We just aren't honoring it here. And people do call and ask, do I put my trash out? It's just like the other holidays. And that is something that we need to be conscious of, especially with us being a majority, minority city and county. We should be figuring out how to make it work, not finding reasons to not make it work. We're not focused on the right thing. How can we make this work? I'm done, Madam Chair.
No, you're not. Anybody else in the first round? Okay, so go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Yeah, let's just call question so we can move on. We got council.
Alrighty, the question has been called. Is there support? Support. It's been supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk, supported by Councilwoman Fourth Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Murphy Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Worthing? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 3 no. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
And the motion that you left on the floor is the motion to amend. Yes,
Correct, we're voting to amend. This is a motion to change this into a 24002.1, because we took off the year. So we're voting to amend the original motion. Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong thing. Excuse me. The amendment on this motion was to strike the draft and amend contract and set up with the language, will do all things necessary to explore financial impact. So this is the vote to do all things necessary to explore financial impact.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. I will entertain another motion. Mr. Pfeiffer, you have the floor. There's a motion to send 24002.1 to council. 24002.1 to council. That was moved by Councilman in the 8th Ward, probably supported by the Councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? No? Okay. Once again, any discussion? Any discussion? Okay.
So, the fact that we are a minority community, we shouldn't have to go back and amend contracts for this. I would ask the administration that, any contracts like that would potentially fall into the same category, that we do that up front so that we don't have to, go back and try to negotiate after the fact. So I would just make that request to the administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more discussion? All right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. There is a motion to adjourn on the floor. It has been moved and properly supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. This meeting is adjourned at 9:23 p.m.
Hey, when you go on your weekend, you get up to the third floor. Work, you ain't working. Man, get this whole thing. Oh, excuse me,
Whatever, you worry about your own business. Don't worry about it. I'll see you doing the recall.
I will be doing the
Yeah, I'll see you doing the recall.
I let you do the recall. You're gonna be with Louis. She said if people don't want her, she'll leave. We have 1,188 visitors. Do they want
We lined up for kids, no purpose, who they signed and go play the wall open, and you see where we walking out and all that stuff, and go, get up, look at that. You keep it up, hands up,
Okay.
Yeah, right.
I was looking for your stuff to be on. Yes. All right, we're getting ready to start the Flint City Council meeting. Please, council members, please make your way up to the front. Thank you. The time is now 9:52. The Flint City Council meeting is now being brought to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Priestley, present. Ms. Murphy-Carter,
Present.
Ms. Burns, present. Jeff,
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Present. Ms. Worthing is not in. And we have 6 members present.
We have 6 members present. Now it's time for the pledge of allegiance. Councilwoman Priestley, will you lead us? And now it's time for the prayer of the blessing. But before we do so, we'd like to honor those that may have transitioned. Anyone would like to honor those that have gone on before us?
All right, so seeing that we don't have anyone, I would like to acknowledge the Williams family upon the passing of Miss Vanita Sweetie Williams. And would like to definitely send my condolences to her family. All right, so now time for the blessing. Councilwoman Mashat, could you please lead us in the prayer of blessing?
All minds are clear and all voices are silenced. Father God, we come to you now. Just first and foremost, thank you for this day and time. Thank you for your grace, your mercy, love, and your favor, for keeping us throughout our day. We ask now that as we go to our respective places after this meeting is over, we depart, that we will all get to where we are going safely. We pray a special blessing for those who are experiencing loss right now. We ask that you will be with their families and comfort them right now in their time of need, Lord God, that they would find refuge in you and in the memories of their loved ones. We pray that this meeting will be something that will edify and uplift your name. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. So now it's time for the reading of the Disorderly Person City Code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly person, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, the individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meeting. So now it's time for requests for changes in or to the agenda. Do you have any requests or changes or additions to the agenda?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Stephen.
I would like to, I lost the resolution number, but I wanted to remove a resolution up on our agenda. One second, I'm sorry, I can't find the resolution number.
Not a problem, we will stand at ease. Anyone else have any additions or changes? Request for changes?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley.
I'd like to move up on the agenda 240029.
I'm sorry, what was that?
40029, ARPA salvation.
29. And where would you like to move? All right, thank you, Ms. Priestley.
240023.
240023.
Yes.
You would like that after 240023?
I'll put it before 240029. 240023.
Okay, wanna make sure that we have that. All right. Any more changes or additions?
What was that, Madam Chair? What was the 23 was the one?
It's the CEBG. It's on page 6.
What's your name?
All right.
Madam Chair, the reason why I moved my resolutions forward is because we have to hear who is speaking on these issues.
Understood. Thank you for being considered.
Same reason.
All right, thank you, Sue. All right, so seeing that we don't have any more, we will go ahead and proceed. Yes, we will proceed with the city clerk. Go ahead, city clerk.
The administration has asked that resolution 240025 be dropped or postponed indefinitely. It was submitted in error. The resolution was already approved last month to that effect. So just to be separated so we can vote it down. 240025.
All right, thank you. And so, what she said was that administration requested that resolution 240025 be removed from the agenda while they voted down because it was already approved. All right, you have anything else, Madam Clerk?
Sorry.
No, it's good.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to point out that in the packet, between resolutions 240030 and 240031, not on the agenda at all, it's just in your package, just so you know. So there's no problem that you're not voting on.
We can't understand her down here.
All right, so what she said was, we have resolution 240000. The narrative is in your packet, however, it's not on the agenda, so it's not supposed to be the agenda, so please disregard that from the narrative portion of your agenda.
It's not on the agenda, it's not on,
Yeah, so
it's just a copy of it in your packet.
So you mean this the narrative part, this right here, right?
Right, in the attachments. There's nothing on the agenda about that, it's just
Okay. All right, so anything else like what? What are you doing?
What did you say about
240025.
I just don't know. I thought we were one for $25,000, because they had two, but this one I've got is 50,000 on my spreadsheet.
Yep, they got it. All right. Yep, it was approved.
Madam Chair.
No, Madam Chair, excuse me. This resolution was approved incorrectly with this bill, which is why it was brought forward back to the council. So I don't think that we should be removing this, because this resolution has $45,000 in programming fees with $5,000 in administration, and that is not necessarily correct. And if we just go ahead and do the 50,000, that corrects this issue. Because if the award to the carriage town is 45,000, then administration fees are only 4,500. So this resolution says 5,000. So by changing that to 50,000, it fixes this. That's why it was put in the finance committee.
All right. All right, so did I hear Ms. Burns?
It just replaces it and fixes what we did wrong.
Okay.
With the amendment.
Okay, so go ahead, Ms. Burns.
I would like to move up in the agenda, 240012.
240012, okay. All right, any more?
Yes, 240026.
All right.
And 240039.
You did 3 now?
Yes.
All right. All right. All right, so we have so far, and this will include our additions and changes to the agenda. We have resolution 240023 moved to the front of the resolution, followed by resolutions 240029, then 240012, 240026, and 240039. So we will order those changes without objection. All right. So let's go ahead.
We can take the, that last one with the trio painting, that one can stay. That one come on.
All right, so take away
Yeah.
240029. All right. All right. So now we are on to the public hearings. So now we will have the public hearing for the Brownfield Redevelopment Plan, Carriagetown Neighborhood Project. Attorney, could you please explain?
And
this public hearing, I don't have any additional information other than what's in the packet on this matter.
Okay, not a problem. So, Mr. Edwards, so question. So, just so we can, have clarity, and for anyone to have clarity on this public hearing, could you please come forward and just brief? So thank you for approaching Mr. Edwards. So I just want to get a little clarity about this public hearing, so just general information about the public hearing.
This would have come out, this would have come out of planning and development. I don't have anything that I can add value other than what's already in the documentation that's been just presented to me.
Okay. All right. Not a problem, Mr. Edwards. Thank you. All right. So typically the attorney will give us a little bit more detail about this, but since we don't have our typical attorney here, we will just proceed with the hearing. And so this is a public hearing on a brownfield redevelopment plan for the Harristown Neighborhood Project for the purpose of receiving comments from interested persons. So right now, we will open up the floor for this public hearing. Please keep in mind that you must stay germane to this specific hearing. If not, you will be called to order. And if you continue to speak, then you will be asked to have a seat. So please, let's make sure that we stay germane to this public hearing pertaining to the brownfield redevelopment plan. So the first public speaker, please.
Hello, City Council. I'm Howard L. Mitchell. I live at 759 East Linden Avenue, but I used to live over there on College Street on 13th. I forgot the address, it's been so long, but it's right on the corner of 10th and College. And I was told I had to move because they want to make room for the Catholic style, like the Meridian moving in, all the peoples, and that's what I'm talking about. Like the administration didn't have no word for the brownfield, and they just started moving me, the neighbors, out of their buildings against their will, but I never leave just like that. They had to go look up who my mother and father was, and they got them to come down there and make me leave. Took me all that junk, and it's up to right now. People's like the Meridian making everybody live. That's the Odyssey House. That's what that is. They're making that Jewish town in Germantown right across the street over there, and all around in that area right there, and treat people like they go back, got to live on X-Lax, Interlax. Don't use the woman dress no more because they said a woman is terminated. Early hospital started that junk. Just like your pastor calling people, wanting to mention the name, what is his name? Chris, and the living grand blank talking about that junk. And one of them, he like he knows something about the early hospital. What you call the name for the preacher may go to the Chris Rock on like Will Smith, slap that preacher, don't you talking about holy thing to real see who really is holy. It's a lie on everybody out there that don't know it yet. You know that? And another thing about the monks. Two things, madam. And like Madam Burns, she be saying she deleted all them films off the too bad because people might want to sue somebody. Just like First Trinity over there, when he had to work. My neighbor told her daughter to film and stuff. That police over there, he's one of the trustees, walking up there and do body harm. I'm only one stepped up, and he like he was some, and the other two, he ran out over the street, just like them two cops come over there, and all that junk. And every time I see it, she told her daughter, you delete it. You don't delete stuff like that, don't. They might use it to sue, to get over there, but suing all over the nation now. Preachers tell their trustees to do people's line up in the water line court, and you up there talking about preaching, turning school into a church, and then talking stuff, and using political ball too, and all that junk. By the way, that's
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on behalf of the public hearing? The public hearing. Thank you.
I was just wondering, do y'all have any home development plans or actions that y'all plan on working on as far as building new houses? I'm seeing a whole lot of brownfields and apartment complexes, and we got a whole lot of empty spots that's around Flint that could use a home too. And as far as with y'all tiny homes, these homes that I'm talking about cost the same amount, and they can be attached to the ground, which the tiny homes cannot. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I was laughing. How can you call us out of order when you don't know, we don't have a lawyer here that knows what's going on? This administration, they didn't know anything about it. And you all don't know anything about it. So how can you, how can you tell me if I'm not germane or not if you don't know what it is? So I can talk about Peter Pan snuck through the window and everything else in the Brownsville, you wouldn't even know what it is. I mean, I'm just saying. But anyway, I know what it is, though. You shouldn't approve this. This is a land bank. The land bank is, the realtors down, man. They get ready to get apartments and townhouses built, and they get ready to try to capture tax money from the city now. Dang, they take our houses, they took 190 houses, putting the people out, and now they want to build apartments. Now they want to build apartments and charge people and take our tax dollars. It's just like Ashland Capital, 72 million, Brownsville. What this council needs to do is call the Brownsville board and from the county and get a true understanding of what and who is on that board and how they go about doing this. They have bonds on the Brownsville. So every time they take a property out of the Brownsville, they have to put property in the Brownsville because they have bonds on it. That's why you don't see them putting empty lots, combining lots, because each lot, each Brownsville is in that bond. So why would you want to give the county tax break or let them capture taxes? I think it's what, $2 million? I couldn't see it in here, but I think it's $2 million. They're gonna capture $2 million of our taxes. They don't give us any money back from when they sell the houses over there in the land bank. So why do we keep on continuously giving them money? We gave them $16 million to demo houses. At some point, we have to say no. At some point, we have to say no. And this is one of those points where you say, no, we are not giving you a tax break. They own almost, what, 60, what, how much? About 30% of Flint right now? The county owns land bank? Man, they're the biggest realtor in the city of Flint. And the land bank is not designed to be landlords or realtors. Thank you very much.
All right, any more speakers for the public hearing?
Yeah, I have a question, because I won't say I'm kind of confused, because I'm reading what it's supposed to be, but I'm not clear on what it is that they exactly want. And the definition of a brownfield site refers to previously developed land which is or was occupied by a permanent structure. It could be something that where it's contaminated from industrial and it was abandoned, and so now it has to be cleaned. And as the last public speaker said, now it's expected that the residents bear the cost of having it cleaned up. Am I speaking correctly of what it is? And then it's in a partnership with Carriagetown Neighborhood Project. What is the project?
Yeah.
Is the project to build additional housing for homeless people or what? Because I have some issues with Carriage Town and some of the ways that they treat the people that's already there.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just gonna be honest, my daughter was a victim there a couple of years ago where she caught COVID and then was put into a hotel where she nearly died and nobody checked on her. We had to go check on her, we had to go get her and take her to the hospital. And then because she didn't eat pork and that's all that they would serve at night, and she asked could somebody bring her food, they said no one was allowed to bring her food. So her and her children had to starve until the next day. So I have questions about Carriage Town, if it's the same Carriage Town like the structure that they have over there now. Yes, we had some serious issues to where we just said, come on back out. And she was trying to get help with getting housing and get moved around. When they all caught COVID, I had to sanitize my house and isolate some of them in my home and take care of them from like a distance, of course, using all the precautions. We believe that another family member caught the COVID from her, and she unfortunately did not make it and she died. So even when they had them go pick up her children, they had her pick up her children who tested positive for COVID and never expressed that to the family. My daughter was too sick to talk when they first sent her to the hospital, and then the other stuff came from after that. So I have questions about Carriage Town neighborhood project. I want to know what it is. I want to know, is there are they laying out a format of what they will be doing and under what guidelines and what restrictions will they be under? Because every one of these homeless shelters that's around here are not running accordingly to the state and what they should be. There is a lot of mishandling of the people that are there and disparities that are going on in some of those homes. So I question that, but I more so question our money, our tax dollars, can to clean it up? Thank you.
No. Yeah.
Anyone else would like to speak in the public hearing? All right, so the public hearing is now closed. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Good evening. My name is Travis Gilbert. I'm the development manager on the project. To answer some of the questions that I heard in the public hearing, the project is going to be 16 triplexes and duplexes. They're not going to be apartments, they're going to be condos, which means that we're going to be selling them off to the residents that buy them. In regards to the Carriage Town comment, we are not at all related to the hotel that I believe you're referring to. It also isn't directly related to a homeless problem at all. It's going to be sold at market rate and mixed income housing. If there are any other questions on the project, I'm available.
No. Yeah, that's out of order. All right, so seeing that we don't have any more speakers, this public hearing is now officially closed. So now the chair will entertain a motion. All right, so now we go to public speakers. Madam Chair, do we have any public speakers? Even though we've Madam Clerk.
First public speaker is Chala Muhammad. Next speaker is Nisha or Nisha Fisher. Third public speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Yeah, R.L. Mitchell. About a situation about the houses in, like the administration come up here and say, talk about 15 years to do some, they like that golf course. They only got 1 month for the ground halls to come up and tear it up, and they're gonna give it up to my councilman, and he goes, you see where he at now? Him and the school teacher gone, and people like Nelson he said, hey, don't let this stuff go away. Just give it to me. He gave the person a good house, and he done a work until you know what happened. And when he left, his wife did to pick up where he left off at. and go Chrissy Shields keep the process going until it get finished. But they took me out of there. I've been in the house for 15 years. I have to figure that out. So wait till move me down over the graveyard, and I'm still in the third ward, and they still act like they can't switch the money to the people and talk about you see how they talk. That carry style, doing the people, putting them all in, catching all that funny kind of disease, COVID and all that junk. You know, think we okie dokies. And we talked about the Martin Luther King killing the preacher man, the helping the doctors strike it, and the electrocuted two of them in the doctors get the lightning, the act of God, and everybody don't want to. It's all that junk. It's talking about a racial, it's like a racial war. Look, Dale Lewis, our pastor, talking about, they don't want no. I think we probably talk about Roger L. Jones, talking about, don't want to mention the names, talking about two people. You know, talk. That's why I mentioned Chris Watt, Will Smith, Brother Ghost. You can't put no word in the preacher mouth. He'll do what somebody better fill that board, because too many people talking to people of color. Don't put your black hand on my unborn kid coming out of the mama's gut. And they said that and don't want to put the Roger Jones supposed to be on the board. And now look who's talking against. And look, you talk about your past. And got these kids coming up. They got it all on film, but they come out too fast. Look out, the mama tell them to delete it. Look it up right now. The man ain't come in yet because they got the police out there beating them up about the time they hit the property wall. It's a Flint Park. Parkway Street. My uncle live on this street too. But, and he ain't showed up yet. I think the police should have jumped on him again and all that stuff. People from coming down here and tell him. Because he was talking, Murphy ain't here, you don't want to listen to that.
All right.
Stuff and all that, you know.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Jump. All that jump up in here. Jump.
The next speaker is Ordinance. Next speaker is Winter's Hall. Next speaker is Miss E. Taylor.
Good evening. Last council meeting, we talked about 240014. We talked about resolution 240014, and it was about giving $50,000 to the college and cultural area. And my concern is the park that's behind the school has closed off a historical little street that separates the definition of the black community and the white community. And I don't know how they got those big cement things to put there to stop the street. That's one concern that I have. If you are on the white side of the creek, that's a historical perspective, there's a little fence or a little bridge that walks over, but it's been closed, so you can't walk from one side to the other. And the Franklin Street Bridge is soon to be closed because it's in terrible condition. So when the council has these resolutions and the public doesn't know all of the things that's in it, because this is all that's in it, just like tonight, when you wanted to talk about the brownfield, there was nothing there. The city attorney couldn't respond, city clerk couldn't respond. So how can the public respond when we don't have the full information? And it almost appears to be like the public or the Open Meetings Act could possibly be violated, because I don't have the same information that you have. And if I want to speak to an issue, how can I speak to it when you have more information than I do? And I deserve as a council, as a resident of the city of Flintford, over 80 years, and at this hour of the evening, to be able to talk about Resolution 240014, and sometime that's all we have. If you're at home and listening, that's all you have. You don't have any more information. That's wrong. And this paragraph here, where you gave someone, you don't know who, $50,000 of community money to do something that already exists in the community, which is a neighborhood engagement hub, but you're blocking off a historical street that separates, traditionally known as the black side of the creek and the white side of the creek. And I want to know from anyone that's willing to respond to me, how can you do that and why would you do that? In 2024, when we're going to talk about Martin Luther King, we're going to talk about opening a contract for Martin Luther King, but we just did this at the last meeting.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Next public speaker, please.
That's right, Ariel, thank you. I appreciate your courtesy.
Next speaker is Beverly Biggs Reedy.
Mr. Mitchell, you're being brought to order. Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell, I will not keep bringing you to order. You will get a warning if you keep yelling out like this. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
Whoa.
Let me start off by saying, Candace, I know you wrote that, you was the staff person that wrote Millie's lie about him graduating or having a degree in college. Your integrity is shot. For real. Let me say this, man. They try to play us, man. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock down in Ann Arbor, they'll be in court because the PR firm for Viola tried to get in touch with residents and use race against one of the lead attorneys for us to go after him because Corey Stern is beating the hell out of him in court. So in order for them to win Viola, they wanted us to go after him so that we would write to the Bar Association and get him removed. For years now, since the water crisis, they have been giving us misinformation. And the activist runs to the newspaper with what they give us, and it causes all kinds of confusion and division. The reason why they are able to keep the money from the settlement is because we don't show interest in the hearings or what they're doing. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock, everybody needs to be there. Let's speak about Chris Fry. Chris Fry, I have went back and forth with him on social media since the water crisis, since Dane Wallen. Chris Fry is part of downtown. He was a supporter of Dane Wallen. And he used to talk mega shit to me about the water, saying nothing's wrong with the water. You black people always complaining. That's what he said on social media. See, you wasn't here when that happened. You wasn't here when the water crisis. So, no, you wasn't. No, you wasn't. You was out in California. You was writing a Courageous Woman magazine. I mean, you got it on your resume. I mean, I'm not saying what you have on your resume. You just got back here after singing Janksy in 2018. Yeah. So you came back to Flint, Michigan because they didn't know you down there. You came back up here, and we had paved the way for someone to come into that seat, which I thought you were going to be a beautiful council person. You are the devil. You and
Mr. Wilson, no personal attacks.
And I can say what the hell I want. You can't tell me what to say.
Okay, well,
This is public speaking. You are the devil. You know what I'm
thank
saying?
you, Mr. Wilson.
No, thank you, nothing.
Thank you.
Did my time go off yet? Did my time go off yet?
Mr. Wilson,
No.
again, no
you
personal
cannot tell
attacks.
me. You cannot tell me what
Like
to say.
this, no
Why are
personal
you interrupting
attacks.
me? This is my time. This is
Michigan
my
Code
time.
said no attacks.
Man, bull crap. What?
That's fine.
Say what now?
No personal
Man,
attacks.
I
This is
can
your last
call you the
warning.
devil, I can call you everything
What is
else.
your point?
Point of order.
What is your point?
You seem to like to fight. You just told Ariel, don't do this bullshit.
Yeah.
But then you want to bring him to order. Order, and it always starts with you. You are out of luck. Say what you want to say.
So your point of order is invalid. Back to my point. Mr. Woodson, let's just stay on topic and no
Back to
personal
my
attacks.
point. I served in the military and I know what First Amendment rights are, and I protected yours, so you're not gonna take mine. You are the devil. Like I said.
That's fine.
Yeah, I know
So with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna go to the next
My
public.
time isn't over.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not.
So
Did
thank you,
go up
Mr.
there to me?
Woodson. No personal
Man,
attacks.
you can tell me what to say, man.
Thank you, Mr. Woodson. No personal attacks.
You did not tell me what to say.
Mr. Woodson, you have the opportunity to speak. Just stop personal attacks.
Anyway,
Request for information.
What is your request?
Has the time, we cannot hear the clock go on.
No, it has not. However, Mr. Woodson is forfeiting his time, being brought to order. You're being brought to order.
I'm not forfeiting anything.
You're being brought to order for making personal attacks.
You cannot tell me what to say. What does it say?
I can't hear you over him.
Point of order.
What is your point?
Under which rule are you stripping him of this?
Right.
You can't make it. It's in the rules. It's in personal attacks. So,
What does it say? What rule number? What rule number? What rule number does it state that I can call you the devil? What rule?
thank you, Mr. Woodson.
My time is enough. My time is enough. I'm letting you know that now. My time is not up. And it wasn't loud. I didn't curse you. You are the devil. I can say that.
No personal attacks,
I
Mr.
can
Woodson.
say that. You are the devil.
No personal attacks, Mr. Woodson.
And look, in the Bible it says, in the Bible it states that.
Oh,
we
please,
call-
you have to
we
be brought
call
to
the devil.
order. What is your point?
Where are you saying that you can strip him of his time, that he forfeited his time, and that there's no personal attacks? Where is it in our council rules? Where is it? Yeah, because I'm looking at it, you're taking this First Amendment right, which is freedom of speech.
Okay, if you say so, no personal attacks. You have
Anyway,
been warned more than
the Bible
five.
the Bible says when they tried to get the demons, the legions of demons out of the pig, it said call them by their name. Liddell Lewis is a legion of demons. That's in the Bible. So that's
Mr.
what I'm saying.
Woodson, again, no personal attacks.
Again,
This platform is not used
Again,
for
I'm
personal
talking about the
attacks.
Bible, man. The Bible said call them by their name when you're trying to get the demons out of them.
Point of order.
Go ahead, Mr.
I
Pine.
think that only Rule 29.7 would be applicable, and any person speaking at council meeting may be called to order by the president for failure to be germane, which public speaking is speaking of anything, for vulgarity, or for speaking in excess allowed time. He's doing none of those.
So I'm calling you to order. Be quiet. I need my time back. too.
Excuse me,
I need my
excuse
time
me,
back.
Mr. Woodson.
I need my time.
Now, Mr. Woodson, Mr. Woodson. Again, no personal attacks.
She's the devil.
I'm the president, so therefore. So let's go ahead, Mr. Woodson, no personal attacks.
I need my time back.
Madam Chair, point of order. You are to make sure you
What is-
announce
what
that
is
and
your-
stop speaking.
Ma'am, you will stop yelling at me. That
Well,
was
I
your
think you
warning.
couldn't hear me, obviously, 'cause I said 4 times.
Again, we have someone who will not be brought to order. So,
Madam
what
Chair,
is your
point
point?
of order.
What is your warning?
27.2, during any portion of any meeting, council members may not engage in any type of argumentative discourse with members of the audience at any time for any reason. You are arguing with the audience because you don't agree that he's calling you a devil and you have legions of demons.
Point of order denied. So, Mr. Woodson, are you going to proceed with degrading comments, or are you going to speak to the issues of the city?
I'm gonna proceed with calling you the devil.
Okay, so that's your time.
I'm just saying, you cannot.
Thank you, Mr. Woodson.
You cannot tell me.
Thank you,
How
Mr.
many seconds or minutes do I have? How many minutes? How many minutes and minutes do I have left? I got 22 seconds. Now just be quiet and let me finish.
Mr. Woodson, we will have the quorum here.
I have to perform. You want to keep on going back and forth with me? I just called you the devil and you got it. All right. That's, hey, you know what? When a person speaks about, especially the devil, the spirits start moving and stuff. And that's how, you know, get frenzy and stuff. It's just, you know, I didn't really want to talk no more, but since you want to keep on interrupting like you do Councilman Mays, I just want to keep on talking now for about 22 seconds to let you know you are not going to take my first minute. So
And thank you, Mr. Woodson. That's your time. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Claire. Next speaker is Richard Jones.
First of all, I would like to say I thank y'all on Arthur Woodson another 2 minutes. Just based off, just based, and I'm not gonna even talk about what just happened. I'm gonna talk about the last meeting, when y'all rudely got up, when he was at public speaking, and y'all broke quorum while he was talking. That was very dirty of y'all.
Oh, yeah.
So see, y'all really on the 4 minutes. But we are in a dictatorship, so that's not gonna happen. And that's very sad. I'm just gonna be honest with y'all. The citizens don't like the way y'all vote. And if Ms. Claire would have been here, she would have said, that's our money. And we've been saying that's our money before y'all got elected to the council. And it's sad that those Harper funds was the first time that money came to Flint, and y'all could actually, every time something go wrong in this city, they blaming y'all. But this is the first time that y'all actually could have been the reason why y'all are getting finger pointed at y'all. And now y'all getting finger pointed at y'all because y'all didn't do nothing for us. Nothing. When I brought up the fact that y'all could put $22 million into y'all water fund and stabilize our water fund, y'all laughed, said I couldn't do it, and this and that. Because I kept it to myself by not telling y'all that I talked to Dan Kilby, the writer of the pandemic relief funds. And he said that was possible. The CFO at the time, and all of a sudden after she agreed with me, she all of a sudden had to resign. But it could have been done. And it still can be done because you just put $40 million into the general fund. You can take 20 or 22 of that and put it towards your water fund. You can take 15 of that and give it to the people to fix their roofs and their water heaters in their houses. Y'all can do it. Y'all can do it. Man, it's a shame that y'all got to take all of this weight from the people because y'all won't do it. But yet y'all will give, and that's just to say this. Don't give nobody else no more tax breaks. If y'all can't go out and fight and find ways to give the residents a tax break, don't give these billionaire companies another tax break. That don't make no sense. We the people, and then for the people that are saying negative things about the roofs and stuff. It ain't like you're gonna fix the roof this year, and all the roofs that y'all fix, y'all gonna have to fix next year.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brown. Next public speaker.
And the last speaker is Wilbur Jarrett. That's your last speaker.
All right, so public speaking is now officially closed. Do we have anyone who would like to come for council response?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Byrne.
Council speakers, you have freedom of speech. You just do. We know that underneath this chairperson, rules vary. We allow people to do dog whistles and everything else. She won't bring them to order. Did not, has not. She's tolerant of other real racist comments. And I didn't let him say what he wanted to say. And he said it, and she accepted it. She was okay with it. It's very hypocritical of her. Very hypocritical. But it is very true that sometimes your spirit will irritate other people's demons. It's a very true statement. And that they can't take it. Mr. Woodson you should have not been interrupted. She should have brought, because she's the chair, she shouldn't even be the chair, because she couldn't bring her own self to order. She wants to talk about rules, but doesn't follow the rules. On a whole bunch of things. It's just unfortunate that, because she didn't like what you were saying, she doesn't like you. Does not at all, that's very clear. There's no doubt in that. But you still have a right to say whatever you want when you're not within reason. You were not threatening her. You were making threatening gestures. She's ruling with the iron fist. And as long as they have their 5 votes, they're going to do what they want to do. When they want to do it and how they want to do it. So, I'm sorry that you were stopped. I don't believe you are in her board. And so you are one of her constituents, but she has time and time again thrown out her constituents. Add the police, walk them out. So you will be no different, Mr. Woodson, when it comes to her.
All right, thank you. Anyone else like to speak during council response? Anyone else like to speak?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Brown.
I would like to thank all of the residents who came forth to bring your insight, your opinions, your comments, suggestions, whatever you came to us to discuss. And thank you guys for being engaged. I know that it's late in the hour. It's 10:42. And we're just now at the beginning of our council meeting. So this is why I get so frustrated that special affairs, the agenda is so loaded. Special affairs is not intended to be loaded like that. We had several resolutions. I don't even know, I think the quorum was broken on last Wednesday for committee. And therefore we had several appointments. But then we had things on special affairs that didn't even go through committee. That we spent time vetting, discussing. That's not what we should be doing in special affairs. So I'm asking the clerk, and I'm asking the administration to please make sure that you bring your resolutions on time and make sure that they go through committee so that we can ask the questions. so that we can do the work, so that we'll be able to make informed decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Anyone else like to speak? Your council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilman Steppenwolf.
Yes, I just would like to correct an inaccuracy launched at me by a biased member of the public. I do not create people's bios, so I have nothing to do with, I'm speaking and someone's speaking with me out the woods, I believe. And so, while I'm sure it's good to tell lies because it's easier, sometimes we have to breathe in the truth. So I guess it's decided as long as they keep telling the same lie, it'll be believed. But this person has been trying to get my attention all night. I cannot make you relevant to me if you are not. So, the end.
Anyone else would like to speak during the council response? Okay, thank you. I will go ahead and, Ms. Christie, you good? Okay, that's good. All right, so I will go ahead and be the last person to speak. At the end of the day, no one wants to be attacked. And it is in Robert's rules. I don't have it with me, but it is in Robert's rules. It is also in Michigan law. You cannot attack people. Your freedom of speech is limited when you begin to speak in hate speech. That's just how it is. So instead of utilizing the lectern, your platform, to speak towards the issues, it is unfortunate that we have regulars that come to the meeting and utilize the lectern for hate. That's not what we're here for. We're here to handle the city's business. Not to call people devils, demons, not to talk ill about anyone. And when you do, you have to be brought to order. But the ironic part is once you bring them to order, then they want to say that you're wrong. We need for adults to adults, especially the fake resident of the second ward. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and move on with the rest of the agenda. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I'd like to reconsider resolution 2303191.1.
All right, so there is a motion to reconsider resolution 230319.1. Is there any support?
Support.
Support by Councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Any discussion?
This is a resolution for $25,000 for the James E. Kennedy Family Life Center for blight cleanup in the 1st ward.
And a point more, request for information, is this one?
Well, please get down.
Right, 50,000. Sorry.
Are you going to be in her? Because I think she stopped the roll.
Right, yeah, I was, so I can go ahead and acknowledge Ms. Burns' point of order. So, all right.
I was thinking it was 25.
All right.
And I support cleanup across the cities. And as far as I'm aware, this is the only light request, light cleanup request for the 1st ward. And so, you know, why not support this problem, this issue, this church, this organization to clean up and make the 1st ward a better place to live? Thank you.
All right. Anyone else like to speak on this motion? In the first one? Ms. Burns.
So I'm really kind of confused. Light cleanup, you said snow removal, and this is the same one that is going to be getting $25,000 for a chalet.
No, Ms. Burns, this is a separate.
There's a 50, but the same church will be getting 25. So
Correct.
it will be 75,000.
Correct.
I know I'm correct, I can read. So when we looking at this 50 book, snow removal, I believe it was said because you were driving down the street you noticed there was an accident or someone that was out of their vehicle, or accident occurred, you got out your vehicle, but they couldn't get to the person because of the snow. And so this came about for snow removal for the first ward. Well, if it's on a major street, that's a county issue for the road. That's a city issue for the DPW department. It is not a church issue. It is not. That just made no sense. But you said you've seen this before when I used to talk to you. Now you do know my family. You told me you had one on Robert T. Conway. It was an issue with the ambulance, I believe. And you had told me about this, that you had gotten out and we agreed at that time about the ambulance service and how quickly that they would get there. And you told me you had went, I think you were going to go to mortuary school. You had been to, I don't know the type of schooling that is. I believe you said you were trained, paramedic, or went to paramedic school. So, if we're talking about snow removal, it's not the responsibility, what you said, this is for snow removal, not white cleanup. And so that is the responsibility of the city and the county. It's not the responsibility of Mount Carmel Church to clear any city roads, city highways, interstates, main trunk roads. It's just not. That is what you stated to us. I'm not supporting for the church to clean the roads. We already have a budget for that in the DPW department. There's a budget for that already. You didn't say it was for blight. You went on and on and on. So I will not be supporting this. I believe you, Madam Chair, to the clerk, we need 6 people for reconsideration. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else would like to speak on this motion, the first round? Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yeah, I was no the first time, I'll be a no the second time, I'll be a no the third time. I will not support any of these $50,000 pay to play, something that cannot be verified, if they actually do the work or not. It's not going to get my vote on any of the $50,000 ones that can't be verified. How are you going to verify if somebody shows? This is a straight pay off for an endorsement or something. Who knows what it is, but it's not going to get my vote. Thank you.
Anyone else in the first round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Murphy Carter.
I too will not be supporting this resolution. Before, when the resolution first came to us, it was said that they were going to clean up the first ward, the second ward, the third ward, the fourth ward, fifth ward, all the wards basically. And I'm like, well, they got teams of people going around cleaning up blight. No, I just can't support this. And then there's too much controversy going on with that. And as far as that, you know, the church with the pastor and all that, no. Come to us and be real, come to us and be honest about whatever it is. Because see, I can see right through you. So, I can't support this. I just really can't. I echo the sentiments of my colleagues in the 6th Ward and in the 8th Ward. So I'll be voting no.
All right, do we have anyone else that would like to speak in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Councilwoman the 7th Ward.
I do want to read what the Kennedy Citizens Cleaner is a project for neighborhood beautification of elderly, physically challenged, and impoverished areas, and lots of opportunities, lots of properties and homes around the city and the city center. That they will do all season beautification to lawns, removing branches, garbage, mowing, and removing snow in the winter. Kennedy Center cleaners will utilize youth, young adults, returning citizens of community to create a beautiful neighborhood. In addition, planting, gardening, and painting will be part of the Kennedy Center cleaners, and that will be at the owner's request for that stuff. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you. Anyone else would like to speak in the first round? All right, well, I will go ahead and utilize my time. It is unfortunate that everything that I said has been twisted on its head. Not once did I say that they were going to clean up anyone's streets. Not once did I say that I pulled up on the street. What I said was, and again, what I said was, I went to an event in the first ward. And as I was leaving the event, the paramedics came up to an elderly person's home. They were not able to get into the elderly person's home because the snow was too thick. So the ambulance company began to shovel. They began to shovel and make a walkway so they can take their gurney out and administer treatment and have transportation from the house. I got out of my car because I'm no stranger to community service, and I began to assist. That's what I said. So we need for individuals that want to say this to say it correctly. So no one is saying that we are asking for people to shovel the street. Not at all. Plow the street. Not at all. We're saying that looking at the project description that every single council person received for neighborhood cleanup to describe what's happening right now, it states, just like Councilwoman in the 7th Ward stated, what their goals are. Their goals are to assist the elderly. Their goals is to help rejuvenate the community, using young adults and returning citizens. This is what they set out to do. And again, this appears to be, because everything that you say is recorded, this appears to be the weaponizing of elected seats. So, again, we can say what we want to, but you said what you said. And it looks like we are setting ourselves up for litigation because there is no reason to turn them down when we done approved $50,000 cleanups throughout the 5th Ward, the 6th Ward, and other wards. They applied for the money fair and square in the 1st Ward. We keep hearing individuals talk about his relationship with Beverly Biggs Levy. That's a business relationship between them. And it's unfortunate that people keep us insinuating that I have anything to do with that. I understand that people love keeping my name in their mouth. If it keeps you off the street, I encourage it. But we need to make sure that we put truth with it. Now, she was clearly evicted because of what she said from that lecture. You cannot have political dealings at a nonprofit. It would jeopardize your nonprofit. She did it, and she said that she will not stop because she pays rent. She said it right there. So, however, Pastor Reed and her deal with that, that's on them, but I will not hold up the 1st Ward, and I will not weaponize my seat against him because of how people feel personally. Now, it seems like, again, we're putting the city in a bad spot. We are, and you all was talking about it. So, hopefully, we don't begin a litigation because, again, it seems like we are bullying the James Lee Kennedy Family Life Center over an incident that has nothing to do with council. So I hope this council will mature and grow, and so they can do something good for the city. Because it's okay for council people to say they'll continue to vote no for it. That's fine. That's your personal prerogative. As for me, I'm going to vote to move the city of Flint forward. So 1st Ward, they need this. There's no reason that they wouldn't have it. And hopefully, the person in the 1st Ward received that life-saving treatment, because if we would have voted for it back in October when we received it, we probably wouldn't be here. So, you know what, again, order over here. If you're going to speak out loud, you need to do it outside the chambers. So we can look around, you know what it is. So we need for people, so you must ask yourself this day, since I'm such a demon and the devil, a demon is holding up services for the residents. That's what demons do. That's what devils do. A demon and the devil will act like they're doing right, act like they care. Who said that we ain't gonna vote for it? And then get the council and vote for it. Ms. Winfrey Carter, she said, who said we're not gonna vote for it? And get here and say that they're gonna vote it down. And you better get warned. So that is your warning, you shall not yell at me. Feel free, go ahead. There's been appeal, is there a second?
There is a second.
Okay, very well. So again.
Well, you had a first, you did it improper. I first said it, then she said it. So you were supposed to ask after mine. Madam Chair, you're doing your job.
Ms. Burns, if you do yours, we do not have a conversation, let's be in order.
Okay, you asked for a second, that's your job.
I already asked for a second. Well, there you go. So, Ms. Winfrey Carter brought the order for yelling at the chair and not using proper decorum. So please proceed.
First of all, you are even on the wrong resolution. At one point is snow, falling snow, blight. You're weaponizing your city trying to bully people. Snow fall on the ground like rain comes down. You cannot claim that the weather is blight. Snow is blight. No, snow's going to come, inclement weather is part of living in Michigan. You know why you move out? Simple as that. You keep using this word trying to.
Excuse me, pause. Miss Muhammad, I heard that I do live here, and that's your warning.
Now she's going to put, I'll appeal the ruling of that.
You can't have appeal in the middle of appeal, so please proceed.
See, this is
Proceed.
you get into the weeds. You get into the weeds and things. And I'm telling you, my biggest concern, and you want to put stuff out here, so you want to not tell the truth. The 55 cash apps, I'm concerned about. 55 cash apps that the pastor received of this church. 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning when he was at the casino. And we give it 25 and 50,000. Now it's a chalet. The other stuff, I'm not even, I'm dealing with the facts. Do you need me to get you because you like receipts? I can send you the cat. Well, they have them on Facebook, which is how I found out about them.
Here they go right here.
So we're giving money to a church, and snow is not, don't say to me, number one, because I shovel snow and will use a snow blower, even for my neighbors. But it is not blight. So we have here 543, 500. This is not to the church. 9:39 a.m. another 500. 3:34 a.m. $500 cash app to his personal account. 6:26 a.m. $500 to his personal cash app. 4:40 p.m. 3:20 p.m. 7:41 August 10th. 500. And they got one. It's a telephone book. It's a telephone book. And unfortunately, my time would exceed the amount of time that I would be able to call out for the cash app. Our money is not our money, but we are supposed to be frugal with it. It's not to be given to somebody to show stuff. Not at all. And I'm not going to allow you to say I'm weaponizing my secret because I don't want to go with the cash app. Don't do that. Snow removal is not blight. It's not blight. It's not. So don't, because what my reason I don't speak to my motives when you don't know. Now I'm concerned about all these cash apps. I don't even know how many pages these are. Wait. 97 pages of cash apps. 90.
What is your point?
The discussion should be on the appeal of the warning, not on somebody's cash.
You are absolutely right, Ms. Priestley. So therefore, let's go ahead and state the range of the appeal.
You people, you all. Yeah, that was the case.
All right, so anyone would like to speak? Go ahead, Ms. McCrum.
Listen, when you talk about Jerry Winfrey Carter, Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, the 5th Ward, you speak the facts. I did not say that on Wednesday that I wasn't gonna vote for this particular resolution. We didn't even discuss this resolution. And with the $25,000 resolution that came before us for the Kennedy Center, I still haven't made up my mind. But I didn't say I wasn't gonna support it. But when you do your rants, you don't understand that it make people sit back and think, well, dang, why is she ranting about this? Should I support it or should I not? Because with that rant you did on Wednesday and the one tonight, no, I don't want to support it. But when you speak Jerry Winfrey Carter's name, speak the facts. That's where you're going to go wrong.
Is that your time? Okay. Anyone else like to speak? All right.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I just want to speak to the actual appeal, and it was just as simple as the raised voice. I get it gets frustrating and people say what they want to say, but we gotta make sure that, because part of the rule, you cannot yell at who's chairing the meetings. So let's just make sure we're staying respectful.
All right, so anyone else? Well, since there's no one else, I'll go ahead and be the last to speak. The appeal was that Jerry Winfrey Carter received a warning for yelling at the chair, and that's what happened. So if you vote yes to overturn the ruling of the chair, no, you will support the ruling of the chair. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy, is that you? Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Shep?
No.
Ms. Blackburn?
Yes.
Ms. Raymond, is that? Vote is 3 yes, 3 no.
Vote is 3 yes, 3 no. The ruling of the chair stands. So now we'll go back to discussion on the reconsideration. I believe that everyone has spoken in the first round, and I was the last person to speak, but I was interrupted. Anyone else speak in the second round? Mr. Pfeiffer.
You want to know how I know that there's other conversations and this isn't what it's for? Is because never have you ever, Madam Chair, fought for anything in the first ward. Never. Never. You don't even fight for stuff in your own ward. So, for you to be so passionate in to cry that this has to go through so they can help the people and make the first ward a better place to live. That is the most fakest thing I've ever heard. So, is it legit that 50 grand is going to go for on a new airport flight? I'm going to say no. And Madam Chair, through you, I would like to ask if the first ward councilman supports this. So through you to Mr. Eric Mays. Oh. You suspended him. You care so much about the first ward. Suspended him for an unprecedented 90 days. But everybody wants to fight for the first ward. For this group to get $50,000. Yeah, I ain't buying what you're selling. Not at all. And I want to make it official, on the official record. Ms. Beverly, I'm going to give you my cash app. The 343, you can send me $500. Say no more. But this is ridiculous. You need 6 votes to do this. Obviously, it's not going to happen. it's political way at this point, so it is what it is. Thank you.
Now, any more speakers?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I agree with my colleague, in the 5th and in the 8th ward. You have not fought anything in the 1st ward. Not anything, because you despise the 1st ward council. Not anything. And this push, it's apparent. I'm more concerned about 97 pages of cash out. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is a lot. And you made the statement last week, give this man his money. It's not his money. ARPA is not any of our money specifically. It does not belong to him. Just give this man his money. You have another rant. So when your rants go on, we don't get to finish discussion. And it's unfortunate, and I agree with Councilman Pfeiffer, that it makes it very apparent. And then how you try to use, you gaslight this community, and you use words as weaponizing your vote. Weaponizing your vote. I'm weaponizing my vote. I'm actually explaining my vote, why I'm choosing to vote yes or no, which is my choice and it's my option. You have no business ever speaking to weaponization of your vote. That's nothing to do with this. I don't know Pastor Reed. I knew Pastor Reed. I did. I'm a Pastor Reed. But for you to try to say it is a bullying tactic, you gaslight this community. Don't bully me into it. There are 97 pages of cash apps. And some of the times that they are being sent, 4:51 in the morning, I mean, it really adds up to 10, no, that's in the 4:20, 6:54 a.m. I mean, some of these just don't, and he had a relationship up until you intervened. That he said he had spoken to you because she had the recall sheet and she was asked to remove the recall sheet. And she said she would remove the recall sheet, but he still removed her. He complained about her having a recall sheet, and she paid rent in the city. It wasn't the church in the sanctuary. It was in a rented hall next door, adjacent. It was a separate building. And after she removed, she thought she removed, she was removed herself. He took her living away. She was selling dinners and food out there. And you're okay with that. You're okay with that. I'm not okay with that. That this woman's employment was stopped because she had recall sheets for you. You were upset. You were just the same with people. I said you told them, I gave you a smoke detector and a ring doorbell. Don't call me for the or if you sign a recall list. It's not right. I'm not supporting this. You know, and it's not even just, you know, the snow removal. I mean, this is the same identical thing that I believe Southside has. And I guess maybe somebody pulled up and they need the sidewalk shoveled to over there. So I'm looking at these funds. This money does not belong to this church. But when she got involved, she was removed because of the recall. She was removed shortly after that. And that's how you play. That's how you play the game. And it's a game that you play. You don't mind playing it. And you move like a dictator. Why? And you'll abuse your power, you'll abuse your position, and you'll abuse your authority time and time again. I will not be supporting this, and I did not know it was 97. This is disappointing. I don't know if it's all, but this is a whole heck of a lot for somebody to get an ARPA fund. He doing good cash out. You need an ARPA fund. You need to let her, she paying him this much, he need to let her back into that center. He can make 50 grand with her. I mean, he was making good money. He don't need an ARPA. Let her back in there and cook them dinners. Let her cater out that kitchen. You won't need an ARPA fund. This lady want to work. He's getting money for it. Let the cash apps go run out that hall. That's what I'm behind. No. I'm done.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Go ahead, Teresa.
It's obvious that this reconsideration is going to happen. So, you know, the fact of the matter is that shoveling snow is just one part of their application. And a small part, probably. It's not definite as to how much was each. But it seems like my colleagues do not necessarily read about the projects that are being proposed. Or where.
What is your point?
She's not to speak to her colleagues' motives in reading.
Hold on tonight, proceed, Ms. Christie.
So, you know, I just say let's just move on.
All right, thank you, Ms. Christie. All right, so with that being said, anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Michelle?
I do just want to read one more time the services that they would like to provide to the community, if that's okay. The Kennedy Center Cleaners is a project for neighborhood beautification of elderly, physically challenged, impoverished areas and lots, properties, and homes around the city and center. We will do all-season beautification to lawns, removing branches, garbage, mowing, and removing snow in the winter. Kennedy Center Cleaners will utilize youth, young adult, returning citizens of community to create a beautiful neighborhood. In addition, planting, gardening, and painting will be part of the Kennedy Center Cleaners, and that will be that the planting and gardening, of course, will be at the owner's request. I do want to say that it is unfortunate that we are not going to have the support that we need this evening to make sure that someone offering these services for the elderly, physically challenged, and impoverished areas, that they can get the help that they need. It's also sad to see that young adults and returning citizens of the community will also miss out on employment opportunities. I'm hoping that one day we will get over retaliating, and that these kind of programs will be supported in the way that they need to be supported. And so, I mean, best of luck to the elderly, the impoverished, the physically challenged, the young adults, and the returning citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So since there's no one else left in the second round, I'll go ahead and take my time. First, you know, it's unfortunate that we have council people talking about who likes who don't like who. Only one person speaks about who likes who and who do not like who. Regardless of how people personally feel about people, we are here as colleagues to work for the betterment of the city of Flint, period. So I don't despise anyone, I just despise people that lie. And when we are here in our seat, it is our obligation to be truthful and transparent. So thank you so much for bringing up the fact that Mr. Reed was getting so many cash apps, because that shows that she was able to pay a lot in rent. That says a lot. So hopefully her tax bill will reflect that. So will it be possible for us to all get a copy of that, just so we can verify? But we don't want Flint to miss out on any tax revenue. So we want to make sure that everything is in line. So we appreciate that, because he did pay, and she does have them on to pay. So she's paying, what is that, $19,000 you said, and toward rent. Then clearly, go ahead. What's your
I would for you to ask Ms. Beverly Biggs to do it yourself.
Oh, not a problem. We definitely will. But thank you for putting on the record. You were saying that if he can make $60,000 a year off rent, this is perfect. What you were saying. So clearly, she's bringing in a nice, hefty sum, cooking those dinners out of my karma. So we definitely would like a copy of that cash app, just so we can verify. So thank you so much, Ms. Beverly Biggs Levy. So I hear my residents, my colleagues talk about I don't fight for my residents. Well, no, I fight for what makes sense. And when I hear people saying, you never fought so hard for the first ward, guess what? Does Mr. Banks fight hard for the first ward? He abstained almost every vote. That's the equivalent of not showing up. So let's act like, Mr. Banks, what do you think about this? He abstained anyway. So that's perfectly fine. So in his stead, and also in his presence, I will continue to do great things for the first ward. See, I don't use my seat to talk about what I do in other wards, because that's not my place. My job is to do the work and keep it moving. Just like, hopefully we can give a resolution to the lady in the 8th ward that was having that situation. It's not my job to drag anyone. It's my job to do my job and keep it moving. So guess what? When I see people in the 1st ward getting served a disservice, when I see people using their seats to stop people, regardless, about his cash app. That's between him, Beverly, and if it's illegal, it's a part of the law. They applied for these ARPA funds to do great things in the first ward. So yes, it's going to fail. I'm okay with that, but I'm okay with my colleagues showing how they are using their seats to maliciously withhold resources from other parts of the city. This is what's happening. No one's speaking to more, we're speaking to what's happening right now. So, and then when I hear that, again, from my council member in the 8th Ward talking about me fighting hard, I fought for you to not to disrespect the citizens of Hasselbrink during the height of COVID when you refused to wear a mask when we had our listening session. I mean, no. We must be clear when we start talking about first ward and what's happening.
Request for information, Madam Chair.
We can laugh, but go ahead.
I believe if also the 4th Ward didn't wear a mask either. Did you know that?
All of the 4th?
She did not wear a mask. She did not.
Well, again, the point is, I fought hard. Because the point is, if you respect the north side and the residents there so much, we're talking about you because you're the one who's accusing me, who's attacking me about fighting for the residents. You would have respected those senior citizens that handed you that mask and said, would you please wear it? While we're talking about fighting and what I do in the first ward. But this battle is null and void. People see exactly who you are and what you're doing. And so we'll just go ahead and call for the vote so we can move on because it's already late time. So with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and move forward.
Request for information.
So what's your request?
Are you talking about weaponizing your seat to using cash app receipts to get Ms. Beverly Biggs audited? Is that what you're talking about? Weaponizing your seat for that?
No, we're talking about moving on with the vote. So, but it's fine because I receive. Thank you for saying that. When we bring up how much people, when you start bringing up these things that have nothing to do with ARPA funding, then it opens up the bag for other things.
Information. Weren't you talking about masks? I mean, you're all over the place, Madam Chair. Can you go?
No, I'm all over the facts.
Request for information.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
That information was publicly shared with the permission of Ms. Levy, correct? Okay.
So with that being said, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
No.
Ms. Murray.
No.
Ms. McCash.
Yes to seniors.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
No.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
There's 3 yes, 3 no.
Well, there's 3 yes, 3 no. The vote for reconsideration failed.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley.
Make a motion to approve this consent agenda.
All right, the motion to approve the consent agenda. Any support?
Support.
Support by Councilwoman the 7th Ward. Do we have any separations?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Byrne.
Thank you. I'd like to separate 240012. I'd like to separate 240026. 240012. That's page 6. 240026. Page 7. 240039. And then we have, this one doesn't have the appointment. Let me go back. I want to separate the appointment. I'd like to separate, because I do have these screenshots for you. Chris Rod 240051. And that is it for me.
Did you say 5-1?
0051.
And what page is that?
Page 4, second from the bottom.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Carter?
did we send 240052 back to, we sent that back to our committee, right? The ordinance? Yeah. Okay. I think it's probably good. That is it. Did we do, no, I got one. 230466.1.
Did you say 230466.1?
Yes.
Okay.
Page 4, I'm on page 4.
All right, anyone have a question?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Piper?
230476.2.
Okay. All right. All right, so if that's all, we will go ahead and vote on the consent agenda. And the consent agenda will include everything besides 240051, 230466.1, 230476.2, 240012, 240026, 240039, and that is all. So with that being said, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
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 The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. The consent agenda passes. So now we are moving to resolution, appointment 240051. What's the pleasure of the body?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, would you repeat yourself, please?
We're at resolution 240051. What's the pleasure of the body? Page 4.
Oh, we're talking Chris Fry?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Brewer.
I was talking, thank you. Would she like the floor? I wasn't done yet. I was that you gave me the floor so I could speak. Okay, thank you. So I know that this is Councilwoman Priestley's appointment, and in regards to what my decisions are, and I get that, we do support younger people's, but when we talk about the Human Rights Commission on page 39, it tells you section 3-5.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Clerk. So exactly as I was thinking, so there's no motion on the floor. So the clerk, excuse me, so I was asking the pleasure of the body, and then, you began to mumble something, and then Ms. Priestley said. Okay. And so, Ms. Priestley.
They do it all the time. They correct more.
Okay, 11:29.
Please understand. They do that garbage all the time. Let it be known that they do not take care of it. She break quorum. The vice president and the president, they break quorum. They're not taking these elected seats serious. Does it make no difference? No. Did you get those? No, it's not actually recognize their secret.
What do people say? Good God Almighty.
Let's make it, this makes the news.
I thought you were going to get out of here. There you go.
What?